of the day. Orders of the day. Orders, Government Bills Commons, consideration at second reading of Bill C-8, an act respecting cybersecurity, amending the Telecommunications Act, and making consequential amendments to other acts.
Mr. Ananda Sangari, seconded by Mr. McGinty, moves that Bill C-8, an act respecting cybersecurity, amending the Telecommunications Act, and making consequential amendments to other acts, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. Debate. The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm grateful to speak today on Bill C-8, an act respecting cybersecurity, and I want to acknowledge that we're gathered here on the traditional unceded territory of the Anishinaabe Algonquin people. And let me also take this opportunity, Madam Speaker, just to acknowledge the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation coming up on September the 30th, also known as Orange Shirt Day. It's a critically important day for Canada. It's a critical day for survivors and those young people that never went home. This is part of our history that we need to reflect on, and I encourage all Canadians to mark this commemoration in their own way. And I want to particularly acknowledge the incredible pain as well as the resilience of Indigenous people across this land.
I'd like to take this opportunity to remind my colleagues here in the House why this legislation is urgently needed.
Right now, Madam Speaker, Canada is facing unprecedented cyber threats across all sectors of society. Government, industry, academia, and individuals have been targeted by increasingly sophisticated threats, including the malicious use of artificial intelligence. The Communication Security Establishment, or CSC, has said cybercrime is now the most prevalent and pervasive threat to Canadians and Canadian businesses. CSC's Cyber Center has warned us of the many risks of cyber threats, with ransomware on the top of that list. Madam Speaker, I think all parliamentarians would agree that Canada must be better prepared to deal with these threats, to protect Canadians, our critical infrastructure, and our economy, and ensure Canada remains secure, competitive, and connected. Cyber threats to Canada are evolving rapidly, increasing in size and in technical sophistication every day. It is not just our government who are aware of these threats, Madam Speaker, but Canadian public is increasingly seeing these threats in headlines. They see the malicious cyber actors are breaching our country's IT systems, accessing sensitive information, and putting lives in danger.
I have to interrupt the Honourable Minister. L'Honourable Député.
The Honourable Member on a point of order. The interpretation stopped. Let's just check.
The interpretation now working? Is it?
La qualité sonore
okay, so the minister has to be careful in moving the sheets of paper, because they're covering the mic and apparently interrupts the interpretation. Is interpretation working now? Is it working now? Yeah. The Honourable Minister.
Merci à ma collègue.
Thank you to my colleague for that.
Canada's critical infrastructure providers and enterprises are increasingly targeted. It's not just our government who are aware of the threats, but Canadian public is increasingly seeing these threats in headlines. They see that malicious cyber actors are breaching our country's IT systems, accessing sensitive information, and putting lives in danger. They see that cyber criminals are holding our businesses for ransom. And they see the hostile state actors are stealing information and gaining access to systems that are critical to our national security and public safety. Malheureusement,
unfortunately, these threats are unfolding all around the world.
Cyber Centre's most recent national security threat assessment found that, and I quote, Madam Speaker, Canada is confronting an expanding and complex cyber threat landscape with a growing cast of malicious and unpredictable state and non-state cyber threat actors, from cyber criminals to hacktivists that are targeting our critical infrastructure and endangering our national security. Madam Speaker, they've also warned that Canada's oil and gas sector is likely target for disruptions. At one point last year, the CSE said a cyber actor, and I quote, had the potential to cause physical damage to a piece of critical infrastructure in Canada. La menace est réelle.
The threat is real.
2025, Calibor Group, a Quebec-based food wholesaler, was affected by a cybersecurity incident that impacted its internal IT systems. Before this, Pembroke Regional Hospital in Ontario experienced service delays and had to cancel certain appointments and procedures because of a cyber security incident. Earlier this year, a cyber incident impacted WestJet, resulting in the theft of personnel and travel-related data through no credit or debit card information compromised. And as you will recall, Madam Speaker, last week, some airports in Europe were disrupted because of cyber threats. En mars 2024, la ville de Hamilton.
In March of 2024, the city of Hamilton, Ontario, was victim of a ransomware attack that knocked out several of its online services.
Services were not affected. Cyber incidents on municipal networks can lead to dangerous situations if attack tampers with emergency water and water systems. The high-value data held by these enterprises and governments, including sensitive personal information and financial data, makes them an attractive target for cyber criminals and state-sponsored actors for their proxies. These incidents highlight the ongoing cybersecurity challenges faced by Canadian organizations across various sectors and jurisdictions. We need to act urgently to enhance our preparedness and improve the resilience of our critical infrastructure so that we can tackle these threats head-on before damage is done. Madame la Présidente, le projet de loi...
Madam Speaker, Bill C-8 is crucial to doing just that.
It will help promote the increased cybersecurity across four major sectors: finance, telecommunications, energy, and transportation. Part 1 would amend the Telecommunications Act to enshrine security as a policy objective and bring the security framework regulating the sector in line with those of other critical infrastructure. The amendments to the Telecommunications Act would enable the Governor and Council and the Minister of Industry to direct telecommunications service providers to take specific actions to secure the Canadian telecommunications system. Ces changements permettraient au gouvernement d'agir rapidement dans...
This change would allow the government to act swiftly in an industry where milliseconds can mean the difference between safety and risk.
When necessary, this means that Canadian telcos could be prohibited from using products or services from high-risk suppliers, which would prevent these risks from being passed on to users. With these changes, the Governor and Council and the Minister of Industry would have the ability to take security-related measures, just as other federal regulators can do in their respective critical infrastructure sectors. And these authorities do not just focus on cybersecurity, but can equally address situations of human error or climate-based disruptions that can cause risk of outages to these critical services. Secondly, Madam Speaker, Bill C-8 introduces the new Critical Cyber Systems Protection Act, which would legally compel designated operators to protect their critical cyber systems. Currently, the list of vital services and systems is comprised of the Canadian telecommunications services, banking systems, and other federally regulated industries such as energy and transportation. However, the Governor and Council may also add new vital services and systems if needed. This part of the bill provides the tools the government needs to take further action to address a range of vulnerabilities. To do so, designated operators of vital services and systems would be obligated to develop and implement cyber security programs, mitigate supply chain and third-party risk, and comply with cyber security directions. would also increase the sharing of information on cyber threats by requiring and reporting of cybersecurity incidents above a certain threshold. Currently, there are no such legal requirements for industry to share information on cyber incidents, and no legal mechanism for the government to compel action in the face of known threats or vulnerabilities. Cela signifie que le gouvernement.
This means there could be potential threats that the government is unaware of and that it can't take action against.
Security, we cannot rely on the goodwill of industry alone. We must enshrine a more robust cybersecurity framework into law. We heard from witnesses during committee study of former Bill C-26, which was introduced in the last session of Parliament and adopted in the House in June of 2024, that mandatory reporting on cybersecurity incidents is essential to protecting our country's national security and critical infrastructure. Mandatory reporting provides the government with increased visibility into cyber threat landscape and allows for more accurate and targeted sharing of technical advice and guidance to combat the exploitation of vulnerabilities. Madam Speaker, this section of Bill C-8 also aims to serve as a model for our provincial, territorial, and municipal partners to protect critical cyber infrastructure in sectors under their respective jurisdictions. It would support all sectors in the prevention of and recovery from a wide range of malicious cyber activities, including cyber incidents, cyber espionage, and ransomware. Since the introduction of former Bill C-26, our government undertook widespread consultations with a broad range of stakeholders. Among those consulted were provinces, territories, and municipalities, critical infrastructure owners and operators, civil liberties organizations, and academia. We listened carefully to the concerns raised during debates on the former Bill C-26, as well as those raised at committee discussions of that bill in both the House and the Senate. Among these concerns was a need for more oversight and transparency, as well as the need to ensure privacy is protected. The projet de loi
Bill C-8 would serve to further enshrine Canadians' fundamental rights under the Privacy Act.
Renseignement personnel. While Canadians' privacy is already protected through a number of constitutional and legislative instruments, this legislation provides greater certainty to Canadians that their privacy and personal information will be protected. It is also now clear that confidential information must continue to be treated as such when it is necessary for it to be shared, and its recipients must similarly be respectful of that confidentiality. The bill provides assurances to Canadians that directions issued under both Part 1 and Part 2 of the legislation will not be used to engage in surveillance or to intercept private communications. This responds directly to the concerns we heard from civil liberty groups. Madam Speaker, the Act also includes provisions to increase the government's transparency and accountability while still balancing the need for confidentiality, quick action, and the public's desire for transparency. The bill includes an obligation for the government to notify the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians and the National Security and Intelligence Review Agency within 90 days after an order or direction is made. Further, annual reports to Parliament will need to include information such as the number of orders or directions that were issued and the number of impacted operators. The Groupe de Défense des Libertés Civiles,
civil liberty groups and industry experts also raised concerns that new powers granted to the government under the former Bill C-26 were too broad.
Example, the stakeholders said there was a potential for orders or directions to be issued without government consulting or considering relevant factors such as whether reasonable alternatives exist to issuing the order or direction. As a result of these concerns, the bill includes a reasonableness standard and a non-exhaustive list of factors that the Governor in Council must first consider before issuing an order or direction. When issuing, amending, or revoking an order or direction, the Governor in Council is able to consult governments and industry, recognizing the need to do so in an expedient manner, given the urgency of the situation. And while the Governor in Council already checks and balances on their powers, criteria qualifying the government's order and direction-making powers are expected to prevent their misuse and improve accountability. In fact, the addition of reasonableness standard and relevant factors for consideration such as operational, financial, and public safety impacts before issuing an order or direction provides the Governor and Council with further clarity and fairness around the use of these new powers. Madam Speaker, Bill C-8 provides transparency and accountability to Canadians. It also provides further reassurances to Canadians that their privacy and personal information will be protected. Sophisticated threats that are becoming increasingly common and dangerous. In today's world, there's no shortage of bad actors who seek to exploit vulnerabilities in our cyber systems across all of our country and society. Whether it is in our financial systems or telecommunications, our energy sector or other critical infrastructure, we now live in a world where cyber threats are commonplace. The particulier, le gouvernement, les
Individuals, governments, businesses, and critical infrastructure owners and operators all experience this new reality on a daily basis.
Successful cyber incidents have severe, lasting, and alarming consequences for every entity that is impacted, but most of all, the economic and mental well-being of individuals whose lives are disrupted and whose data is compromised. Nowadays, our cyber systems are understandably complex and increasingly interdependent with other critical infrastructure. This means the consequences of security breaches are far-reaching. This malicious threat activity has the potential to seriously compromise Canada's national security and public safety and our economy. Bill C-8 brings us the much-needed, consistent cross-sectoral approach to cybersecurity. It will allow our government and industry to do more and to prepare for and prevent debilitating cyber incidents when and if they occur. Madam Speaker, this is a crucial piece of legislation to make sure our defenses meet the moment, to protect our national security and our economy. And it will demonstrate that we are capable and sovereign ally and position our country as a global leader in cybersecurity, ensuring that Canada remains secure, competitive, and connected. Our government knows that more than ever, secure and reliable connectivity is a necessity for our daily lives and our collective safety and security. As lawmakers, we have the power through the passage of Bill C-8 to ensure that Canadians and businesses can continue to thrive in the digital economy and their banks and telecommunication providers continue to provide them with reliable service. Cybersecurity is national security, Madam Speaker. This legislation will protect Canadians, businesses, and the cyber systems they depend on well into the future, so they can continue to work and live their lives comfortably and securely, safe in the knowledge that their government is doing all that it can to ensure that we have reliable and secure services and systems. Madame la Présidente, la priorité absolue de notre gouvernement sera toujours de...
Mr. Speaker, our government's first and foremost priority will always be to protect safety and security of Canadians.
Help us do, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments, gentleman member for Kamloops, Thompson, Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson, Nicola. As the member for Winnipeg noted, yes, I have changed seats. We're perhaps even a little bit closer now. Madam Speaker, my colleague gave a speech and he spoke about increasing, obviously, cybersecurity. Now, it's no secret that everything has increased under these Liberals, whether it be the cost of living, the amount of taxes we're paying, cost of groceries, which the Prime Minister said we should judge him on, and they have gone up. Now, my question for the Honourable Minister is this. We have, right now, a cost of living crisis. Small businesses are the engine of the Canadian economy. How will these regulatory burdens, if you will, impact small businesses when it's death by 1,000 cuts already as a result of the Liberals' inaction on so many different fronts? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and let me thank my critic in the opposition for his question. I would argue that this bill, C8, will in fact help small businesses, Madam Speaker. If you recall, this is about securing critical infrastructure, whether it's in telecommunications, transportation, finance, and other critical infrastructure. And in fact, if the banking system, for example, were to be taken down or offline for several days or even several hours, it could severely impact the ability of small business to be able to do their job. If the telecommunication infrastructure where, for example, somebody goes in and pays through the Interact system is down because of a cyber attack, again, it will ensure that small businesses are protected. This is meant to ensure that critical infrastructure that are important for the operation of small businesses are protected, and this is what Bill C8 does, Madam Speaker. I look forward to other questions from the member opposite. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Beauharnois, Salaberry, Soulanges, Huntington. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened closely to the Minister's speech and I have studied the bill. I also read the Library of Parliament's legislative summary. Just as an aside, the work that analysts and researchers at the Library of Parliament do is incredible. They're very skilled. The Minister reassures us, but we still have doubts about this bill when it comes to protection of privacy. Here's my question to him. Now, the Bloc Québécois will support the bill. We will vote in favor of it to send the bill to committee. Is the Minister open to further improving C8 through some Bloc Québécois amendments? The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to acknowledge and thank my colleague from the Bloc for her comments. This bill, Madam Speaker, the predecessor bill to this is Bill C-26. A lot of work went into ensuring that it is the best bill that we can bring forward. Number of changes were made, and as you will recall, it was almost completed in the previous Parliament, in the previous session. Having said that, Madam Speaker, we're always open to ensuring the bill is strengthened. The privacy rights of Canadians is essential to this government. We're a government governed by the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and we will ensure that we work closely and in collaboration with opposition parties to strengthen and to pass this bill, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank the Minister for tabling his bill, and I congratulate him on second reading. I sit on the Ethics and Access to Information Committee. Can the Minister please tell us a bit more about the importance and the impact of privacy protection and protection of personal data in C8?
Yeah. Merci.
Thank you. To my colleague.
Qui return à Parlement. I want to thank my colleague who's returned to Parliament, and I'm very excited to be able to work with her again in her capacity as deputy. I do want to just highlight that there are a number of provisions in the bill that ensures the security of privacy information in the course of this bill being implemented. So, for example, if information needs to be shared, the personal confidential information of individuals cannot, or businesses cannot be shared. It needs to be shared in the context of ensuring the security and safety of critical infrastructure and for no other purpose. So we've done a fair bit of work to ensure the privacy rights are protected, and of course, anything that we do, we are still governed by the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which does protect Canadians against breaches where their individual information may be shared. This is a bill to ensure that businesses, such as the business my friend opposite used to run in her riding, can continue to work without disruption from the banking sector or from telecommunication or from other, for example, loss of hydro, so that small businesses are not impacted whatsoever at times when there may be incidents of cyber attacks.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia, Lambton, Bicajwong.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for his comments. When this bill came in the last Parliament, C-26, it went to the Senate, and Senator Denise Batters was the critic for the file. And the Privacy Commissioner came and said that there was an amendment needed to address privacy. Now, the Senator has reviewed C-8 and says that amendment was not incorporated. So I would ask the Minister, why did he not take the advice of the Privacy Commissioner?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As this bill goes through the parliamentary process, whether here or through committee or to the other place, we would, of course, welcome the opportunity to discuss additional measures we need to take. Bill C-8 was introduced in the form that it was completed when C-26 went through all the processes, and this is just a continuation of that process, Madam Speaker. So I believe that we've incorporated all the proposals from the previous version of this bill, but we do look forward to having a robust discussion at committee.
The Honourable Member for Beauharnois, Salaberry-Soulanges, Huntington. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, the Minister is right in saying that C-26 and C-8 are almost identical, but what he is forgetting is that opposition parties moved amendments in committee to C-26. They were defeated. We will bring some of them back because some of those amendments are important to the Bloc Québécois. Now, my question to the Minister is about a concern that we have and that small businesses and medium businesses have. There's nothing in the bill to support those businesses to equip themselves with security systems to better manage their systems and protect consumers. Now, in a tough economic time, even though these measures are urgent and important, isn't there anything that we could do to support SMEs in their transition towards stronger cybersecurity? Yeah, the Honourable Minister.
Again, Madam Speaker, I think it's important to recognize that this bill doesn't impact or impose conditions on SMEs, Madam Speaker. It is much more on the bigger telecommunication companies, for example, transportation companies, critical infrastructure that are across Canada that are quite large enterprises. They're not small businesses per se. In fact, the work that we do on protecting and ensuring cybersecurity is to protect and to support small businesses at its core.
Madam Speaker,
and the Honourable Minister, certainly C-8 has a number of improvements based on the debates we had in this place before C-26 died on the order paper, and as my honourable friend from Sarnia has mentioned, from work done in the Senate as well. But it persists, and as you know, Mr. Minister, under Section 2, Part 2, Section 35, there remain very serious privacy concerns that this is opening a back door to surveillance on Canadians, as does, not being debated today, but C-2. So there's a pattern here of reducing the threshold for Canadians' private information, not just to be obtained by our government, but shared with other governments and other actors. And is the Minister open to amendments to repair these flaws?
The Honourable Minister, a very brief answer.
I've indicated, Madam Speaker, we will continue to work with the opposition, continue to work through the parliamentary process to strengthen the bill. Thank you.
Continuing debate, the Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson, Nicola, and it's an even greater pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson, Nicola as a critic for a bill. I've been very fortunate. I'm not only fortunate to be a member sitting in this House, which itself is in my view, one of the greatest fortunes, one of the greatest honors that a Canadian could ever have. Let's bear in mind 38 million, 40 million Canadians, and only 343 of us get to sit in this chamber, to walk on this green carpet. That in itself is an honor, but to be a critic, I'm just so grateful for that. It's a job I absolutely love, and I thank my leader and my party for that and for the support I receive, whether it be on this bill, Bill C2, or a private member's bill I just put forward on intimate partner violence last week. So I'm grateful for those around me and for this opportunity. Before I begin, I want to recognize a life very well lived. It was with great sadness that a pillar of the Kamloops community, a pillar of Kamloops, Thompson, Nicola, Chris Rose, recently passed away. For those in the community, they will know that Chris Rose was an exceptional humanitarian. In fact, the Chris Rose School for Autism, I can't recall the precise name, but this is a center on the North Shore about 6 blocks from where I grew up that helps children with autism. It is a school that they can attend, and the resources that they provide, those who know me will know that autism is a cause that's close to my heart for those who know me and my family well. He just passed away this week, and I express my deepest condolences to Mr. Rose's family, and I wish them all the best in this difficult time. May perpetual light shine upon Chris Rose. I also, at this point, want to highlight the life of Dana Evans. I was saddened to read this obituary. Ms. Evans was the mother of a friend of mine from high school, Derek Luce. And I can recall staying over at Derek's house and Ms. Evans making us pancakes in the morning and then sending us on our way when we were about 15 or 16. Never forgot that hospitality. I know that her son Derek, with whom I run into sometimes in the Kamloops area, has gone on to do wonderful things. He is certainly a reflection of the stewardship and the maternal influence that she had on his life. My deepest condolences to the siblings who are left to mourn her memory and their loss, and also to her sons Derek and Louis. I noticed that she went to Thorpe High School, which is a tiny community. I always used to make fun of Thorpe and how small it was. And here, because I had some friends that grew up in Thorpe, and here, Derek's mom also went to high school. I wish great condolences to the family, and may perpetual light shine upon her. The minister, in his opening comments, talked about Orange Shirt Day and September 30th, and I think that that's something very important for those who watch the news. Obviously, Kamloops is a very important center when it comes to the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. In fact, I moved a unanimous consent motion a number of years ago that spoke about bringing the flag to half staff on every September 30th. So I do appreciate the minister highlighting that. And last, before I really launch in, I would be remiss if I didn't recognize that yesterday was my mom's birthday. I actually wasn't in the house at all yesterday, so I wish my mom a happy day later, belated birthday. Happy birthday, Mom. Yeah. So let's get into the crux of this. My honourable colleague from the bloc raised a critical point. I've actually got the Library of Parliament report right here. My bloc colleague mentioned the exceptional work, and you know, this is just, it's great work when we are dealing with a highly technical bill. I don't know how many people in this chamber, out of 343 of us, can say, I am an expert on cybersecurity. So we have a very highly technical bill, and the work that was done and that was distilled into this report is incredibly helpful. So, by way of background, Bill C-8 came before Parliament as a renewed C-26, virtually identical to the C-26 that made it to third reading but didn't make it to royal assent. We're thankful, we're grateful to the Senate because the Senate found a glaring hole in this bill, and that hole was ameliorated by the Senate work. The bill died on the order paper. For history, Conservatives voted for this bill at second reading. I anticipate we will do so again. And my position as critic is that, yes, this bill passed on third reading on division here in the House, then went to the Senate and passed there on third reading over the votes of the Conservative senators. But at the end of the day, as my Bloc colleague pointed out, and as the commentary in the Library of Parliament report has stated, and has academic discourse has stated, we shouldn't just be content here to accept a bill, to take a bill that previously passed and not make it better. The concerns remain alive, and as you know, obviously the public safety minister has been quite embattled of late. As much as we can be told by the government, this is the be-all, end-all, pass it quickly, there are no concerns. We are part of His Majesty's loyal opposition, and we should be scrutinizing a bill, especially a highly technical bill, at that, with a fresh set of eyes. So I have no problem saying that this bill, with Conservative votes, will likely go to committee. But at committee, we will be scrutinizing this bill, and we will be scrutinizing it closely, particularly as it relates to privacy concerns. My colleague from Sarnia just asked the Honourable Minister about privacy concerns and about the Privacy Commissioner. And this bill was at committee for, I believe it was, 8 meetings when I reviewed the proceedings. So that's a fairly long time, and that tells me that there was a fair amount of contention around many of the bill's provisions. So I really look forward to scrutinizing this bill. It is a bill in which addresses an area in which Canada lags behind. After 10 years of the Liberal government, I can say that we lag behind our Five Eyes intelligence partners so much and so greatly. It feels as though there's this undertone when we hear about international media that Canada is no longer trusted, that Canadian intelligence is no longer regarded. I still remember Justin Trudeau saying, Canada is back. Well, no, not when we're not trusted by our allies, not when we're not respected by our allies. The government had 10 years, obviously, to bring this forward. We're now seeing it done, and we will scrutinize it. As has been stated, this act has 2 parts. The first amending the Telecommunications Act and aiming to strengthen the resilience of Canada's critical infrastructure. There is no doubt that our critical infrastructure is vulnerable. Any expert, I'm sure, would come to committee or come to the House and tell us that. There's absolutely no doubt about it. So the need for this bill is not disputed. I would never say, wow, why are we bringing this bill forward? Often I would say that on a number of other bills. The Online Streaming Act would be one of them, where you think, why is the government doing this but to further an agenda that a number of Canadians disagree with? As I stated earlier, Bill C-8 is largely a reinvention of Bill C-26. The first part, the Telecommunications Act, brings about changes to ensure that we can counter cyber threats, and the second part enacts the Critical Cyber Systems Protection Act, which imposes new cybersecurity measures on federally regulated entities operating in sectors that are considered vital to the public safety and national safety. This responds to a number of government reports. I'm not going to get into those. But when we look at the Telecommunications Act, one of the things that was a really big issue, and I think the government took far too long on, was the issue of Huawei. When I first got here, there was a question, for context, I got here in November, or elected in September of 2021. There was this issue of Huawei, and the government unfortunately dithered when we needed decisive action on whether to ban 5G. That was May 22 that it finally received that support, that the decision was finally made to ban Huawei and their 5G networks for national security reasons. This was an issue that our Five Eyes allies, the United States, UK, Australia, Japan, they had already acted on this. One has to wonder why we took so long. Australia as well acted on cyber security. So what does Bill C-8 really do, and what are some of the issues? This bill does not include some of the proposed amendments to the Canada Evidence Act. Bill C-8 makes the judicial review process more transparent by removing the government's ability to make confidential submissions to the court and refuse to disclose information. For those of people who are watching Bill C-2, which is a parallel piece of legislation, also a piece of legislation that is sponsored and put forward by the Public Safety Minister, this notion of confidentiality, I understand it. I've worked as a lawyer for many years, and I know that confidentiality has to happen. But far too often, what I see in this House is I see something that is laudable, or a laudable cause, a cause that we should be embracing. You know, sometimes secret things have to remain secret. The problem is far too often in this House, what I see is that the Liberal government goes further. Yeah, we have to keep some things secret, but we're just going to keep everything secret. Yes, we have to do this in this regard, but we're going to go one step further. And what that does is it puts the opposition in a really awful place, because we might agree with the goal of the legislation, but we don't agree with the mechanism by which we get to the goal. And that's when we have protracted debates, and we go into committee, sometimes for 8 committee meetings. And at the end of the day, what it does is it results in vigorous debate, which is actually wonderful. We should have vigorous debate in this place. But at the end of the day, the government will often hear from stakeholders, as they did in former Bill C-26, and that is then walked back. There were so many amendments. I know that I saw that I believe all but 1 or 2 of the Conservative amendments that were put forward in the former Bill C-26 were adopted. So just a note there as to, I don't understand it. I see the same thing in Bill C-2 as I see here in Bill C-8. An example, the mail provisions in Bill C-2. The government can open your mail. Okay, well, why is that? The whole purpose is that in C-2, in the Canada Post Corporation Act, I believe it's called, they are worried about, the government is worried about fentanyl being sent through the mail. A notable concern, a laudable concern. Anything under 500 grams can't be opened. So let's make sure that letters under 500 grams can be opened so that 499 grams of fentanyl and fentanyl precursors can't get opened. That's the goal. Great. Now, how do we go about achieving that goal? In C2, we go about achieving that goal saying the Canada Post, not a peace officer, has reasonable suspicion, and they can open up your mail without a warrant. So it's interesting, Madam Speaker, that the member from Winnipeg is laughing, because what he doesn't know is I actually had a technical briefing just yesterday, and I asked the minister's own people, and you know what they said, Madam Speaker? And I see the member from Winnipeg listening so intently, and I'm so glad he is. They said, "You are right, Mr. Caputo." I cannot refer to myself?
No. The member for Kamloops.
They did not say, "You are right, member for Kamloops, Thompson Nicola." They used my name. They said, "You're right. This bill enables mail to be opened without a warrant." on a standard of reasonable suspicion. Now, if something is found there, a warrant will then be needed. Now, for those unaware, I didn't mean to get off on this tangent, but for those unaware, the member for Winnipeg and I have jousted, sometimes more friendly than other times, on this very issue. So I think he owes me a coffee, and I'll end it at that. A cappuccino. Now, he's still fighting it, Madam Speaker. These are his own departmental officials. They said, you don't need a warrant. To the member, through you, Madam Speaker, to the member of Winnipeg, you don't need a warrant. And I'll leave it at that. And it better be a good coffee, Madam Speaker. Pardon me. Obviously, Conservatives fully recognize the importance of cybersecurity as part of our national defense strategy. We can all be united on that. There's no doubt about it. Unfortunately, it's a Conservative position that this government has lagged behind when it comes to recognizing the importance of cybersecurity as part of our national defense strategy. This government is slow to address cyber threats over a number of serious incidents to occur with no substantive legislative response in 10 years. That means that when this legislation comes before us, even for a second time, that we've got to get it right. We as Conservatives want to review this legislation and ensure ways that will stand up for the security of Canadians, but not at the expense of privacy and of charter rights. The Liberals will often say, we are the party of the charter, and yet, so often, we will see pieces of legislation, I see it in C2, where I think, that certainly offends Section 8, which is the search and seizure provisions of the Charter. We need to ensure that those provisions are, that any such provisions are subject to Canadians' rights, but at the same time reach our goals. Some of the Conservatives' key concerns are transparency and accountability. The bill could be stronger when it comes to oversight measures with respect to retention limits. When we give the government our property, our intellectual property, our information, and when I say we, I mean the collective we as Canadians, what happens to that? I know that in certain cases, when I come from a criminal law background, that when investigations would happen, they would say, look, we are asking for something voluntarily. We will destroy it so that you know that this will never be used again. Right? When people give information to the government compelled by legislation, it's my position that they need to know to what extent will that information be used, to what extent will that information be shared, and with whom. And when we're talking about digital information at that, something that, let's face it, is the expertise is beyond so many of us, we need to, as a legislature, be extremely careful, concerned about the extent of that sharing. What does personal information mean? This is building on what I just said. The information that can be used, which could leave Canadians' privacy vulnerable. This bill often operates in secrecy. There is a time to be secret. There is a time to not be secret, obviously. As Conservatives, we want to ensure that we're not being secret when we don't need to be. Open and accountable government. One of my greatest criticisms over the past 10 years is the lack of accountability, the obfuscation. I can't tell you, Madam Speaker, how many times I sat in this House and questions were asked and we got absolutely no answers to them. We can't even figure out how many trees were planted some days. Note, the government said they'd plant 2 billion. They couldn't do that. I don't know how they're going to plant the house, or I don't know how they're going to build the houses. But that's for a different speech on a different day. I know that I'm really coming to an end of my time. I can see the member of Winnipeg is really wanting to get up and ask about C2. So with that, I will sit down and answer any questions he or others may have. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Just a reminder to all members that we are on C8, not C2, but just in case. The Honourable Member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm not an expert on cybersecurity, but as a former municipal councillor in Hamilton, which was subject to one of the largest cybersecurity attacks in the history of Canada, I know a whole lot more about it than I ever wanted to. So when I listen to the member, and it's good to hear that Conservatives and the governing party have a lot in common on this bill, wanting to ensure that we protect the security of Canadians, the information, the private data of Canadians. On privacy concerns, what we've learned is that the implications of a cyber attack, the theft of private data by cyber criminals, is a far greater risk than implementing an act to actually protect that data in the first place. And on the issue of costs, what we learned at the City of Hamilton is that the costs of having robust cybersecurity is far less than recovering after the fact. Would the member agree? Thank you.
Kamloops Thompson Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his intervention. I'm not sure if we've had the chance to dialogue through the Speaker before, but certainly you'll get no argument, this House will get no argument from me that we have to prevent cybersecurity attacks, that the catastrophic outcome of those cybersecurity attacks, that often can't be measured. So obviously we do need to do that. And yes, as a councillor, he would have experienced this. Obviously there was a vulnerability and that was attacked. We live in a world where hostile actors will attack us. With that being said, as Conservatives, and I think as legislators in this place, we should seek both. We should say, you don't have one at the expense of another. We should seek to have excellent cybersecurity defense while maintaining the rights of Canadians. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Beauharnois, Salaberry, Soulanges, Huntingdon. Thank you, Madam Speaker. When I was listening to my colleague, I too, as a member of the Public Safety Committee, felt that we have good work ahead of us. We seem to agree on the importance of discussing and passing this bill, which will make cybersecurity systems more secure throughout Canada. But, Madam Speaker, my colleague knows that this bill focuses on very vital sectors. Banking, yes, but also energy. When you think about energy, you think about pipelines, and sure, that's under federal jurisdiction, but there's also electricity, power lines, and that falls under Quebec and provincial jurisdiction. Does my colleague not think that currently, in the bill, the federal government is intruding in an area of Quebec jurisdiction?
The Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Nicola.
Thank you very much. Through you, Madam Speaker, I say merci pour votre question.
Thank you for that question.
My French with my honourable colleague, and I thank her for her patience in that regard. When it comes to the provinces, when it comes to Canada, what I would say to my honourable colleague is this. Cybersecurity attacks don't distinguish. An attack on a city, as my colleague mentioned, like Hamilton, an attack on the province of Quebec, an attack on the province of British Columbia, an attack on this legislature, or an attack on the government of Canada. Sounds like there's a party outside. An attack on any one of those is an attack that we as federal legislators, when we have jurisdiction, should be addressing. So I'm not going to again, pretend to say or say that any attack should be delineated by jurisdiction. We here should be prepared to stand up against every cyber attack, and I hope to work on legislation that does that. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Okanagan, Lake West, South Kelowna.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I just wanted to give my thanks to the member for Kamloops Thompson Nicola for such a serious speech. I know that he's a serious MP and will be working on these issues at the Public Safety Committee on behalf of his constituents. And speaking of his constituents, Madam Speaker, I had the pleasure of representing many of them in the Nicola, and I'd like to take this opportunity just to ask the member, how are they doing, and could he please pass on my best to each and every one of them?
The Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Nicola.
Well, that might be the biggest softball I get today. So I thank my honourable colleague. He will often say when he's there that the people of the Nicola Valley got an upgrade when I started to represent them, but I would joke that it was a downgrade because he was such an exceptional member. One of the things I appreciate about that member, and that I realized actually, I was talking to a newer member just yesterday, and I was relating stories about, well, the member told me this, and this is what I learned from it. So it was actually at that moment, I haven't even had the chance to tell him this, but it was at that moment I realized how much wisdom he had imparted on me. This is very critical. We should be prepared to impart wisdom across the aisle, but obviously across our benches. So I thank him for his mentorship, for his example, and his leadership in this place.
Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you to my honourable friend for Kamloops, Thompson, Nicola. I know his comment earlier on C2. I just want to pursue it a bit. I know we're talking C8, but why wouldn't we want to consider, and I'd like his thoughts on this as a lawyer, instead of thinking we could open people's mail, it's got the addressee's name right on it. If we think the package is suspicious or the letter is suspicious, does the honourable member think there's a better way to perhaps pursue what's in the envelope by asking the addressee before we open it without their permission?
The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, we come back to mail every time. So the honourable member is a lawyer. So to be candid with you, I'd have to give that some thought. My law enforcement brain is thinking that there may not be candor from somebody who's saying, yes, please open up this envelope that has drugs in it. Go ahead. So I do worry about that. In terms of other measures, though, whenever somebody looks at something in which there is a privacy interest, Section 8, the right to be free from arbitrary search and seizure, is engaged. I think the easiest mechanism is to get a warrant. I'd love to talk more with that member and the member from Winnipeg about actually what the technical briefing told me, because it was completely different than what I thought I was going to hear. So happy to discuss that further. And let's just put a warrant provision in there and be done with it. Thank you.
The honourable member, the honourable parliamentary secretary to the government house leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Misinformation is really, really important on this fact. When you take a look at it, what the member is trying to say is that any of the 55,000 people that work for Canada Post, if they have any sense that there is any sort of a drug in a number 10 envelope, that they will have the authority to open up that envelope. When I believe he knows full well that's not the case. Yeah. A warrant would be required. That C2 legislation puts Canada Post on the same playing field as Purelator and other companies.
Very, very brief answer from the honourable member. We are approaching the...
No, it's wrong. No. It says reasonable. It says Canada Post may open a letter when they have reasonable grounds to suspect. A warrant is issued on reasonable grounds to believe. I can't be any more clear. No, he's wrong, Madam Speaker. I'm sorry, wrong.
The honourable member will have 1 minute and 30 seconds to pursue the question and comments after oral questions. We are now going to statements by members. The honourable member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Speaker, today I would like to pay tribute to my friend Father Hamish Currier, who passed away recently at the age of 73. He married Lisa and I and baptized my kids and was a supporter throughout my political career. Ordained in 1980, he served in the Sioux and Wawa, and he used to reach out personally to those struggling, offering comfort and support beyond the pulpit. He was deeply committed to fostering unity and regularly engaged with leaders of other faiths to build bridges and promote unity in my community and beyond. He was also a man of artistic talents, a pianist, a violinist with the Sioux Symphony Orchestra for 27 years, and an occasional actor, appearing in local productions like Les Mis, A Christmas Carol, and played Pontius Pilate in Jesus Christ Superstar. His life was one of service, of kindness, and faith, a legacy that will continue to inspire all who knew him. Thank you very much.
The other honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Tomorrow, Team Canada takes on England in the 2025 Women's Rugby World Cup final. And in the starting lineup is Emily Totosi, who hails from our community in Westman. Emily and I grew up together attending Surrey School. In fact, I was one of the VPs when she was student council president. Now, that's a few years ago, Madam Speaker. Now ranks 15th out of the best 50 rugby players in the world and consistently mentioned as the best hooker in the world. Yes, that's a real position in rugby. Emily takes in her second World Cup and receives her 41st cap playing for Canada tomorrow. Emily is living proof that when kids from small towns dream big and work hard, you can achieve big things. Surrey Sabres rugby coach Brian Yon and many community members are hosting a watch party at the Surrey School gym tomorrow. Doors open at 9:30, and I encourage all folks to come out and show your support. It's not every day that we have a local wearing the maple leaf on the world stage. Emily, we are so proud of you, and we know that you'll represent us well.
L'honorable député de Compton.
The honourable member for Compton Stansted. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Of Bishop's University in my riding of Compton Stansted, also the alma mater of two esteemed colleagues, the members for Victoria and Etobicoke Lakeshore. Despite its small size, with fewer than 3,000 students, the Gators brought home 5 championship titles last year. The men and women's golf team successfully competed at the Nationals. The football, basketball, and women's hockey team triumphed in their conference championships, with women's hockey also claiming their first U-Sport national title, Bishop's 4th overall. I'm proud to represent a riding with such a distinguished academic institution. As students and faculty gear up to celebrate homecoming this weekend, I would like to wish them continued success in their endeavors this year. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Well, you don't have to travel far in Leeds and Grenville to find them, and they're everywhere. They work late nights and early mornings, they work on weekends, and they work on holidays. Many of them have been doing it for decades. You can find them at food banks and churches, farms and fairs and festivals, chambers, committees, and boards. Well, they're volunteers. And we'd be a shadow of the community that we are today if it were not for their good works. Yeah. They create wonderful experiences for residents and visitors. They feed the hungry. They minister to those in need. They raise funds for worthy causes. And whether it's the thousands of the mouths that they feed, the hearts that they touch, or the smiles that they create, they do it because they love our community. We're better for their selflessness, and I want to say thank you to all of the volunteers in my community. You make the great place that we live even greater.
The
honourable member for St. Boniface, St. Vital. Mr. Speaker, on the occasion of Gender Equality Week, I'd like to pay tribute to my sister Chantal.
She completed her outdoor power equipment technician certification at Red River College, choosing a career in the trades, a non-traditional path for women. After graduating, she faced many challenges, working hard to overcome biases and the limitations placed on her by employers. But she persevered. In 2001, she joined Standard Aero as a gas turbine repair and overhaul technician, where she continues to excel today.
Her courage and determination are proof that when women are given the opportunity to succeed, they can break down barriers and be successful in any field.
Equality Week, let us continue to encourage more women to enter the trades, not only to fill the growing demand for skilled professionals, but to build a strong, more inclusive Canada. Merci.
Yes. L'honorable député de Montmorency, Charlevoix.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have an exceptional chance to live in a bilingual country, and it's a source of richness that distinguishes us from other countries. French is a source of great pride, and it gives us opportunities in trade. We need to recognize our bilingualism as an advantage and never compromise on that. We need to protect and promote French all across the country. Just saying that French is important is not enough. We need to cultivate our French heritage and history. We need to make French a pillar of our international policy, and we need to recognize that French is in decline in Quebec and elsewhere in Canada. We need to build our language capacities, our ability to dialogue and make a strong voice for the future. I think we need to work hard to make French shine all across the country. The honourable member for Mont-Saint-Bruno-L'Acadie. Madam Speaker, I rise today to highlight the careers of two prominent political figures from Mont-Saint-Bruno-L'Acadie who recently announced they will not be seeking re-election. First, Yves Lessard, Mayor of Saint-Basile-le-Grand. Throughout his career as a city councillor, federal member of parliament, and mayor, he's always served with conviction and dedication. His leadership and approachability have left a lasting impression. I'd also like to give a shout out to Suzanne Roy, provincial representative for Verchères and Minister of Families, former mayor of Sainte-Julie and president of the Union des Municipalités du Québec, and Reeve of the Marguerite Douville RCM. She has put her experience and passion to work for the development of our communities. I'd sincerely thank them for their dedication and contribution. Finally, my best wishes to all the candidates taking part in the municipal elections in Quebec. Their commitment is important for our democracy.
Would judge him by the prices at the grocery store. Every dollar this Liberal government spends comes out of the pockets of Canadians. Shocking testimony at committee from the Parliamentary Budget Officer yesterday described federal finances under this Liberal Prime Minister as, quote, unsustainable, quote, very alarming, quote, stupefying, shocking, quote, it means if you don't change, this is done, quote, something is going to break. He went on to say, and I quote, it's very serious, and I think that as anyone who has managed a household budget knows, if you sit down at the end of the month and you don't have enough money to pay your bills, and that happens month after month after month, you know that something is going to break. Money-printing deficits drive up the costs of goods we buy. That's the inflation tax. Another broken promise, another Liberal bait and switch. The consequences? More inflation at the grocery store, record-high food bank use, Canadians skipping meals. The Prime Minister is being judged.
No, member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Speaker, Quay, I rise today to mark National Truth and Reconciliation Day. Like the Rouyn-Noranda Huskies, who are once again dedicating a special game this year to reconciliation with First Nations peoples in order to pay tribute to the Indigenous children lost during the residential school days. This event's being organized here in collaboration with Minwashin organization, which means what is beautiful, and of which I'm particularly proud. I invite us today to commit to better dialogue and greater recognition of everyone's self-determination. We had come a long way on the road to reconciliation, but Ottawa failed with C5. It failed to consult, to listen, and to obtain open, free, and informed consent. However, there's still time to come together in a large circle to finally share our values and jointly build major projects in our territory through genuine partnerships based on respect. Through reconciliation, we must first recognize your truth even more. Next, I sincerely hope we'll have the openness necessary for dialogue. Kichimigwech.
Madam Speaker, Canada faces a pivotal moment in the global technology race, with artificial intelligence driving unprecedented demand for faster, energy-efficient communication technologies. Ottawa has a proud history as a hub for photonics innovation, built on decades of research, amazing talent, and companies like Renovus, Sienna, and Info. The Canadian Photonics Fabrication Centre, based right here in Ottawa, offers a strategic opportunity to capitalize on this demand. It's a world-class facility that enables companies and researchers alike to design, prototype, and scale using compound semiconductors. Supporting this facility is not just smart, it's essential for Canada to lead in the photonics revolution and secure our place as a global AI powerhouse. Let's seize this once-in-a-generation opportunity.
The honourable member for Long Range Mountains.
Madam Speaker, the
Prime Minister once said Canadians would judge him by the cost at the grocery store. Well, the verdict is in. I hear regularly from people in Trout River, Corner Brook, and Stephenville. They're all struggling to put food on the table. Across Canada, 25% of households are now food insecure. In Newfoundland and Labrador, we face the highest rate of child food insecurity in the country. Families are making impossible choices between heating their homes, paying rent, or putting food on their tables. Meanwhile, grocery prices keep climbing. In just 3 months, beef up 33%, canned soup 26%, grapes 24%, and coffee 22%. Since the Liberals took office, food inflation has risen by 40%. This is yet another Liberal broken promise. Madam Speaker, Canadians are hungry for change, and Conservatives will bring it.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for St. Albert, Sturgeon River.
Just like Justin, this Prime Minister is compromised by Beijing. In September 2024, the Prime Minister became the head of Trudeau's task force on economic growth. 2 weeks later, the Prime Minister's company, Brookfield, secured a $250 million loan from a Beijing state-controlled bank, indebting himself to a hostile regime. Since then, the Prime Minister has refused to come clean and disclose the full extent of his financial interests, including the extent to which he is indebted to Beijing. Is it any wonder, therefore, that the Prime Minister has repeatedly lavished absurd praise on Beijing, was silent this week when Taiwan was excluded from the ICAO Assembly, and has been silent on Beijing's atrocious human rights record? It's time for the Prime Minister to come clean, disclose the full extent of his financial interests, including the extent to which...
The honourable member for Carleton.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to recognize the importance of our rural fairs. From Metcalfe to Richmond to Carp, each one a proud tradition and a symbol of rural life across Canada. These fairs celebrate our farmers who feed families, fuel our economy, and sustain our communities. I will always stand with them and proudly champion rural fairs and our farmers. Madam Speaker, last week I attended the Richmond Fair and was moved by the passion, dedication, and the community spirit that define my riding of Carleton. I invite everyone to visit Carp Fair this weekend, September 25th to 28th, and the Metcalfe Fair, October 2nd to 5th, to celebrate agriculture and community together. The pride and spirit of Carleton live in our rural fairs, and I will continue to champion them here in the House and at home.
Bravo. Bravo. Thérèse de Blainville.
No, member for Thérèse de Blainville.
Ah, excusez, j'ai pas entendu. Alors, Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, during Gender Equality Week, I'd like to highlight the key role women play in leadership, particularly in small and medium-sized businesses in Thérèse de Blainville. Consider Julie Desrosiers, CEO of Enertech, who proves that women can excel in technical sectors where they remain underrepresented. Yet only 1 in 5 SMEs in Canada is majority owned by women. In clean tech, women represent just 28% of the workforce. In the energy sector, less than 20%. And in STEM professions, a quarter of workers only. But there's a glimmer of hope. Canada leads the G7 in the representation of women in AI, where they account for only 22% of the global workforce. If we can break down barriers in AI, we can do so for all industries of the future. Investing in female leadership means investing in a more innovative, stronger, and more inclusive economy. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister's promises are like George Orwell's doublespeak. Say one thing and mean another. Let's take a look at some examples. He promised the fastest growing economy in the G7. He delivered the fastest shrinking. He promised grocery prices would judge him. He delivered skyrocketing food costs. He promised build, baby, build. He's delivered block, baby, blocked. He promised nation building at unimaginable speeds. He's delivered zero permits. He promised spend less, invest more. He's about to deliver the highest deficit in Canadian history. He promised a trade deal with the U.S. by July 21st. He delivered higher tariffs. He promised elbows up. He's delivered elbows down. He promised a departure from Trudeau. Well, at least he's got that one right. He's worse. His doublespeak promises one thing, but delivers the opposite. When will this Prime Minister stop deceiving and start delivering?
The honourable member for Cape Breton, Canso and Tigonish.
Madam Speaker, today I rise in this House to honour Eleanor Mitchell from the Budladek Mi'kmaq community, an elder whose life embodies resilience, compassion and enduring strength. Eleanor was taken to the Shubenacadie Indian Residential School at the age of 6, separated from her family, subject to trauma that so many Indigenous children endured. Despite these hardships, Eleanor's life became a testament to survival and love. She raised 3 sons, cared for her mother through illness, and is cherished by her family for her knitting and baking. Eleanor is the last living survivor in Budladek to have attended the Shubenacadie Residential School. This week, her community will honour her. Madam Speaker, my Aunt Eleanor's story reverberates with both pain and hope. On National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, let her name be remembered in this House, and let her courage inspire our continued commitment to truth, reconciliation, and justice.
Oral questions. Questions orales. L'honorable.
Oral questions. The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable.
Le ministre de la Sécurité.
The Minister of Public Safety behaved like a true Liberal this week. He said one thing in private and the opposite in public. In a shocking recording taken without his knowledge, the minister admitted that the gun buyback program is not worth the money spent on it, that it will not be effective in preventing crime, and that it is designed to score political points in Quebec. But, like a good Liberal, he went ahead with his costly, awful program for honest hunters anyway. As he's been deceiving Canadians, gun crimes have increased by 130% under this Liberal regime. Will this Prime Minister finally fire the Minister of Public Safety? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Thank you for the question.
I want to take this opportunity to talk about our compensation program that we launched this week. As you know, Cape Breton will be the pilot where we launch this program. People can register starting on October the 1st. We are making sure that those prohibited weapons are off our streets, but at the same time ensuring that law-abiding gun owners are able to get fair compensation for turning in or deactivating their prohibited weapon, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable, Lot-Binière. Well, I welcome the Minister to read this morning's papers. In Le Devoir this morning, they reported the Minister of Public Safety has just done an excellent job of joining the ranks of those who are failing in their duties. The Ontario Attorney General's office was quite harsh, saying the firearms buyback program does nothing to address the root causes of gun violence in our communities. That's what the Minister of Public Safety himself thinks deep down. He said so in a recording, Madam Speaker, after being caught red-handed telling the truth, which in itself is a true scandal for a Liberal, and doing nothing about the rise in crime in the country. What is the Prime Minister waiting for to fire him? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, the Minister of Public Safety is fulfilling our election commitments. On this side of the House, we have always tried to make it impossible to use assault-style weapons on our streets. There have been tragedies throughout Canada. Canadians cannot support the possibility that people can access assault weapons. Hunters have told us that they don't need those weapons for hunting. But in this debate, Conservatives have always been against that.
Public Safety Minister says the Liberal gun buyback program is a politically motivated scam and it won't work. But in public he supports it, but in private he calls it a politically motivated scam that won't work. Talking out of both sides of your mouth should be a fireable offense, but it's worse. His job is to keep Canadians safe. Gun crime's up 130%, so he's failed, and he's pushing forward with a program he says won't actually work? What will it take for the Prime Minister to fire this minister?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, in order to have a serious conversation about crime, we need to have a serious conversation about guns, Madam Speaker. We brought forward, as of this week, launched a program in Cape Breton where we are compensating lawful gun owners who are willing to forgo their AR-15 and other harmful weapons, Madam Speaker. In addition to that, we're securing the border with $1.3 billion in investments. We have Bill C-2 right in front of the House, Madam Speaker, that the party opposite, if it's serious about gun crime, can support and pass through the House, Madam Speaker. We are looking...
Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Let's have a serious conversation about gun crime. The Toronto Police Association says 90% of guns used in gun crimes are illegal crimes. Are illegal guns. Are they going after that? No. They've come up with this $750 million politically motivated scam. Not my words, the Public Safety Minister's words. And you know what else he said? Don't ask me to explain the logic of it. So if we're going to have a real conversation, why aren't they going after the criminals, the 90% of illegal guns that are making our communities unsafe? His job is to make our communities safe. He's failing, and he's admitted it's a scam. Why won't...
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House.
Here is what's clear, Madam Speaker. What is clear is that on this side of the House, we will put in place meaningful measures to make sure that assault rifles are not available to the people who have perpetrated mass killings and tragedies in this country. That is what Canadians want. That is what Canadians ask for. That is what the Liberal Party has always stood for. What the Conservative Party has always stood for is making these arms available across the country and doing nothing to ban them. Hunters tell us they don't need them to take down a deer.
Honourable Member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
Madam Speaker, I want to commend the Minister of Public Safety for accidentally telling the truth with respect to the Liberal gun confiscation program. I fully agree taking legal firearms from trained, vetted, and licensed hunters, farmers, sport shooters, military members, veterans, and law enforcement is a waste of money. Out of the $742 million allocated for this gun grab, only $250 million is for compensating legal gun owners, while $500 million is allocated to the bureaucracy for this useless program. Why is the government focused on targeting law-abiding firearms owners instead of criminals?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Madam Speaker, there are over 19,000 makes and models of guns that are available in Canada, legally available, that people can use for hunting and other sporting activities, Madam Speaker. What is important is that we're taking lethal weapons off our streets, weapons that have been used in mass killings, weapons that have really no place in Canada, including AR-15s that are directly linked to mass casualty events over the last 35 years, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
Madam Speaker, I'll remind the government and all Canadians, assault rifles have been banned in Canada since January 1st of 1978. The Liberals have since banned some semi-automatics, shotguns, and 22s based on the fact that they look scary, not on their functionality. This Liberal government would get unanimous support if they focused on criminals, repeat violent offenders, and cracking down on the stem of illegal guns coming across our border. Why is this government so focused on dividing Canadians and going after statistically the most law-abiding demographic in Canada, i.e. legal firearms owners?
Honourable Leader of the Government in the House.
What is mystifying, Madam Speaker, is that Conservatives repeatedly stand in the way of sensible measures to control the propagation of assault rifles in this country, specifically in the face of mass tragedies, of mass shootings, Polytechnique, the Quebec City Mosque, the tragic incidents in Nova Scotia. Madam Speaker, we're putting in place sensible gun control, and what's worse, hunters in his riding, mine, and every riding tell us they don't need a submachine gun to shoot a deer.
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Les Îles de la Madeleine, Liste de Gauche. Madam Speaker, the role of a minister is to bring different interests together in order to find solutions. But the minister did the exact opposite in the postal labor dispute. He dropped an atomic bomb on the negotiations by making major changes to Canada Post without consultation and without even bothering to inform the workers. The result is that today there is a general strike. No one's receiving their mail. Yet again, small and medium enterprises have to rethink their operations, seemingly overnight. All Canadians are being let down. What is the minister doing to fix his mess? The Honourable Government House Leader. It is indeed sad that the two parties were not able to reach agreement despite intense mediation, which has been ongoing for 2 years. There was an industrial inquiry which prepared a plan to reform Canada Post. They produced a map for reform, and the reform would make Canada Post profitable again and guarantee their long-term success. I encourage both parties to reach an agreement, but the government needs to move forward. We can't continue to have millions, billions of dollars of losses from Canada Post. The Honourable Member. Madam Speaker, Quebecers in rural areas are concerned about Canada Post's reforms because for people in rural areas, whenever Ottawa talks about modernizing, it means cutting services. Yesterday's announcement about ending the moratorium on rural post office closures is seen as abandonment. Also, the end of home delivery outside major centres, especially in winter. It's very bad news for people with reduced mobility. What will the government do to guarantee that Quebecers in rural areas will not suffer any loss of services? The Honourable Government House Leader. Yesterday, the colleague talked about how important it is to guarantee service in rural ridings, remote ridings, Indigenous ridings. We need to protect those services, and that's why the minister has taken action. Taxpayers cannot pay over $1 billion a year in Canada Post deficits. Meanwhile, we have put Canada Post on a lasting path, and I hope both parties will reach an agreement. The Honourable Member for Côte-Nord, Kawawashi-Kamash, Nitassinan. Madam Speaker, postal services are an essential service, especially in rural areas where even the delivery of medicine is at stake. But today, no one's receiving their mail because the Prime Minister caused a general strike at Canada Post. In the middle of negotiations, while both sides, including workers, were considering solutions for the future of Canada Post, Ottawa killed the negotiations by announcing a reform without having consulted anyone. If the Conservatives had done so, the minister would have been the first to denounce it. What will the minister do today to restore dialogue? The Honourable Government House Leader. Well, currently, federal services are available to help both parties remain on the track to reach agreement together. I'd like to remind my colleague that over $1 billion in losses at Canada Post Corporation is not sustainable. That can't go on in the long term. $1 billion can build countless homes. It can hire many nurses, for instance, in remote areas, Madam Speaker. The government needs to act to ensure that Canada Post remains viable.
Thousand Islands.
I recently spoke with a young father in Spencerville, and he has a trade, he has a job, and he has a young family, but he still has to count on a productive deer hunt this fall in order to provide a high-protein diet for his family. Now, why? The inflationary policies of this Liberal Prime Minister continue to drive the prices of food at the grocery store higher and higher. Why can't this Prime Minister see that his policies are making things worse for Canadians who are just trying to get by?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I have some good news for my colleagues. I respect him a lot, but I don't think he's been seeing the evolution of the Canadian economy, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker, I have some good news for the member. The Canadian economy is growing, Madam Speaker. I think he should be thanking the plan of this government, Madam Speaker, to make sure that we can grow the economy. We invest in the future. And on the budget in November 4th, I know the Conservatives are waiting for November 4th.
can we have some order to listen to what the minister is saying? The Honourable Minister has 5 seconds to finish.
Madam Speaker, you know when it's good news, the Conservatives don't want to hear it, but Canadians sure want to hear about good news.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
We're not going to join the finance minister in patting himself on the back while millions of Canadians are lined up at food banks. Let's talk about the economy. GDP shrank in Q2. The finance minister should know that. But we haven't seen a budget from him, but we've seen all of the warning signals. And so has the parliamentary budget officer, who said that it's very alarming what's happening and that something is going to break. But it's already broken for Canadians. They can't afford to feed themselves, feed their families. They're worried about the cold coming and not being able to heat their homes. It's the policies of this Liberal Prime Minister that are vaporizing any supposed savings that they're going to have from tax cuts. Why won't they?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I know the Conservatives are eager to see the budget and hopefully vote for it because, Madam Speaker, indeed, we need to change course in this country. We need to spend less so we can invest more, Madam Speaker. That's what we're proposing to Canadians, generational investment in our future, Madam Speaker, to make sure that we build the most resilient economy in the G7, that we build jobs across this country, Madam Speaker, that we build the future that our children are wanting for this nation, Madam Speaker. The Conservatives should be rejoicing, Madam Speaker, that they have a government on this side that thinks about all Canadians and will grow this economy.
The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Madam Speaker, I don't know what the minister's rejoicing about because prices are skyrocketing, food banks are overwhelmed, and families are skipping meals. Meanwhile, the parliamentary budget officer called this government's finances, quote, shocking, quote, unsustainable, and warned, quote, something is going to break. Every dollar this Liberal Prime Minister spends comes out of the pockets of Canadians. When will this Prime Minister stop his money printing deficits that drive inflation and admit that his broken promises have left Canadians hungry?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I don't know what the Conservatives are reading or listening, but they should be listening to the good news that we have. The economy grew in July, Madam Speaker. They should be rejoicing. I'm sure they're going to put that in the householders to tell their constituents that the plan of this Liberal government is working, Madam Speaker. And I'm sure they're going to talk about the November 4th budget, Madam Speaker. I can even send them some great infographics to inform their constituents. We lowered tax for Canadians. We made sure we removed GST for first-time home buyer. We removed the carbon tax, Madam Speaker. There's so many good news they can put in the householder. I'm going to...
The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Madam Speaker, it seems that the only thing new about this government is the way that they avoid responsibility. Yesterday, the parliamentary budget officer said, and I quote, as anyone who's managed a household budget knows, at the end of the month, when you don't have enough money to pay your bills, something is going to break. Well, let me tell you what's breaking. It's the morale of families who are going hungry. Beef up 33%, soup up 26%, grapes up 24%, and a projected 4 million visits to Toronto food banks. The Prime Minister claimed to be an economic expert, yet his broken promises had doubled the deficit and driven up food prices. When will he admit his fiscal failures are starving families of hope?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the economy is growing, and we saw the last numbers, the GDP growing in July, and meanwhile interest rates are being lowered. So good news. Meanwhile, my colleagues should know, because many Conservative voters agree with it, we cut taxes on the middle class. We were able also to cut taxes on first-time home buyers, and we also cut the carbon tax. So since so many Conservative voters are in favor, and so many, of course, of voters in general, please just support the government's agenda. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Newmarket, Aurora.
The parliamentary budget officer called our finances, quote, very alarming, shocking, unsustainable. He warned, quote, if you don't change, something will break. And it already has. Every dollar this Liberal Prime Minister spends is coming straight out of Canadians' pockets, wrecking our finances and driving up the cost of food. He said he would be judged by the grocery prices. Well, Canadians are being crushed at the checkout. Will this Prime Minister end patting himself in the back and end his reckless spending by doubling the deficit, or will he keep punishing families for his failed...
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the members opposite are quick to point to government spending as a cause of food inflation, but the Bank of Canada cut the interest rates last week because they actually understand economics. We are focused on affordability every day. That's why we cut taxes for 22 million Canadians. That's why we are massively increasing the supply of homes. And that's why we're building major projects that are going to create tens of thousands of good jobs for Canadians. Canadians voted for solutions, Mr. Speaker, not conservative slogans.
The honourable member for Montmorency, l'honorable député de Montmorency.
The honourable member for Montmorency, Charlevoix. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to quote a very well-known Quebec entrepreneur and influencer, $126 for 6 steaks, and it doesn't even come with sides, and you have to cook it yourself. $55 for a kilogram of meat. Who can afford that? And he's not the only one saying that, because the PBO yesterday said that the current situation is alarming and unsustainable. Will the Liberal government get on side with Conservatives and allow Canadians to eat for a fair price? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Madam Speaker, I have some news for my colleague. We will never get on side with Conservatives. That's one thing we will never do. I wanted to set that straight, and they can even announce that. But one thing we will do is always be there for Canadians. Now, the first thing that we did was cut taxes for 22 million Canadians. I hope he will answer his constituent and tell him that the government will always be there for families, for workers, and for industry. Madam Speaker, together we will build the most resilient economy in the G7. The honourable member for Montmorency, Charlevoix. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In order to live long, healthy lives, we need good nutrition, but food is unaffordable. There's been 40% food inflation over the course of 10 years of this inflationary liberal government, especially vegetables or healthy protein, unaffordable. Are the Liberals aware that hiking food prices like that harms Canadians' physical health? The Honourable Minister of Industry. One thing is clear, Madam Speaker. Our government understands that we need to bring down taxes, especially for the middle class, so that they can, just as my colleague mentioned, afford nutritious food. That's why we cut taxes for 22 million Canadians. We were also able to lower taxes for first-time home buyers. We have also cut the consumer carbon tax. We scrap that. These are positive measures. We are taking the right action to give Canadians a good life. The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Madam Speaker, once again, we have to bring up the Governor General. Brace yourself. The government has paid over $52,000 for French lessons for the Governor General since she was appointed. $52,000, that's more than the average Quebecer's after-tax income. And yet, after $52,000 spent, she still doesn't speak a word of French. So let's be honest, among fellow Francophones, it's expensive and it's a joke at our expense. Do the Liberals understand now why unilingual Anglophones should never be appointed to bilingual positions? The Honourable Minister. Madam Speaker, the Governor-General plays a critical role in our democracy. And she's currently attempting to learn a third language. She already speaks 2 languages. We should encourage her rather than discourage her. I think it's admirable that she's looking to improve her French, and her French is improving, contrary to what the member across the way said. She is working on her French. She doesn't speak perfect French, but she speaks some French, and we should commend her for that. The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. $52,000. Well, that is pretty expensive, Madam Speaker. The Governor General's $52,000 worth of French lessons remind us that last year alone, the monarchy cost us, get this, $71 million. Imagine all the things that we could do, better things we could do with $71 million. For example, today, everyone's talking about the postal strike and cuts to public services. Doesn't the government agree that $71 million a year of taxpayer money would be better spent delivering mail to seniors than paying the British monarchy's bills? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Identity. Madam Speaker, this is a telling example of why the Bloc Québécois will never be in power. There is a $4 billion deficit at Canada Post over the past few years. And it's important in our democracy to have a head of state. Our head of state is the Governor General. That's been part of our democratic system since the beginning of Canada. We will continue to support our democracy, and it'd be really nice if the Bloc Québécois were on side.
After 10 years of this Liberal government, Canadians can't afford to eat because of Liberal tax hikes on food. Their food inflation tax is fueled by money printing deficits, the industrial carbon tax on fertilizer and farm equipment, their second carbon tax hidden as a fuel standard, and a plastics ban. And here are the consequences. Chicken up 11%, soup up 26%, white sugar up 20%, and beef up 33%, with overall food prices rising 48% faster in Canada than they are in the U.S. since this Prime Minister took office. Every dollar these Liberals spend comes out of the pockets of hardworking Canadian families. When will they stop taxing?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, food prices have increased, and that's why we are taking concrete action to lower costs for Canadians. We've cut taxes for 22 million Canadians. We have 3.6 million Canadians who have dental coverage now, and we've established a national school food program for over 400,000 kids across the country. I met with the Canadian Teachers Federation, who says this program is so successful, it is their #1 priority to make it permanent. Why won't the Conservatives get on board?
The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Samaritan House Ministries Food Bank in Brandon is Manitoba's second largest, and under these Liberals is distributing between 60 and 80 food hampers a day. For context, that's 15,529 hampers by the end of August in a city of only 55,000 people. The Prime Minister once said Canadians would judge him by the cost at the grocery store. Well, Mr. Speaker, for families in the Wheat City, the verdict is in, and they're lined up at the food bank. Liberals have a chance to admit their mistakes and reverse course by voting for our Conservative motion to end their taxes on food. Will they do so?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, when you talk to experts who know about food security, they talk about the things that are going to make a difference for families. Things like supporting families through the Canada Child Benefit. They recommend we feed kids in school with the National Food School Program. And they recommend that we build affordable housing because that's the #1 driver of costs for Canadians. These are things that we are doing. They are part of our plan. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? These are all things that the Conservatives have voted against.
I'm going to remind the honourable members that I'm a woman, and this is Madam Speaker time, or Speaker. And the honourable member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
Madam Speaker, what grade should we apply to the following statements? The average family of four is expected to spend over $800 more for food this year. 16% of Canadians fear that they won't be able to afford groceries in 6 months. Poverty and food insecurity have risen 40% in the last 2 years. And saddest of all, 2 million visits to the food bank in 2023, 4 million visits expected this year. So since the Prime Minister is said to be judged by the cost of groceries, how does it feel to flunk his own final exam, the one he himself wrote?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House.
Madam Speaker, it's very hard to explain the Conservative position on this matter when you consider that the Canada Child Benefit, increased benefits for seniors, a lower tax rate for every single income tax paying Canadian, school nutrition programs, all of those things. Every single one resisted and voted against by the Conservative Party. I would urge that member to speak to his whip to be able to stand up and support these people next time it comes to a vote.
Member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
Mr. Speaker, let me explain taxes to the people across the way. The consumer-facing carbon tax was designed to raise the price and discourage use. Why don't they understand that when they apply 4 more taxes to food, that prices rise? They've applied the inflation tax from deficit-inducing margins, the industrial buried carbon tax. What else have they done? They've added a clean second carbon tax disguised as a fuel standard and a fuel packaging tax disguised as a plastics ban. That's why food prices are rising. Does that not deserve an F grade?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about the things that this government is doing to actually make life more affordable for Canadians. And in doing that, I want to talk about Maya in my riding, who wrote me a letter this week. She said that she moved back to Toronto to be closer to family, which meant leaving a corporate job and its benefits behind. She was particularly concerned about how to manage her expenses around dental and prescription costs. She applied for the dental care plan, and it has been such a relief to no longer worry about dental coverage. Thank you for advocating for affordable universal health care that includes dental care. Maya is one of 3.6 million Canadians who are benefiting.
Honourable member for Bow River.
Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister said Canadians should judge him by the price of groceries. Well, Madam Speaker, the verdict is in and this Liberal government is guilty. In Vulcan, the local food bank is overwhelmed. Hampers have doubled year over year. Families are driving half an hour at least just to pick up food, and the food bank is spending thousands on gas cards just so people can afford the trip. Families are skipping meals, and the Liberals are skipping accountability. Taxes on fertilizer and farm equipment stress the food chain and raise prices in the store. Will the Prime Minister scrap his industrial...
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, all the Canadians that are watching TV this morning at QP will judge the Conservative for what they fought against, Madam Speaker. They would be slightly more credible if they didn't vote against pharmacare. They would be slightly more credible if they didn't fight against childcare. They might be credible from time to time if they didn't vote against dental care, Madam Speaker. At every step of the way, they fought against providing support to Canadians, Madam Speaker. The Canadians that are watching at home this morning don't understand, but they know one thing, that this Liberal government is always going to fight for them and their families.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountains.
Canadians elected this government with a clear mandate to build a stronger and more prosperous Canada, and one powerful way to do that is to expand our access to international markets. Yesterday, Canada signed an historic agreement with Indonesia, the largest economy in Southeast Asia. Would the Minister of International Trade please share with this House what this historic agreement means for businesses and workers in my riding of Hamilton Mountain and all across this country?
Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, through you, I'd like to thank the member from Hamilton Mountain for her tireless work in our community. Mr. Speaker, game-changing announcement. Canada, Indonesia signed a free trade agreement, a $2 trillion economy, a huge market for Canadian goods produced by Canadian workers and communities across Canada. Madam Speaker, this is one way that our international efforts are leading to new doors being opened, new deals being signed. This is trade diversification at work, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Madam Speaker, since 2015, food inflation has soared 40%, part of a cost of living crisis that has left millions of Canadians struggling to afford housing, transportation, and groceries for their families. In fact, many Canadians have become so desperate, they are forced to rely on food banks each and every week just to be able to afford their rent and to continue to survive. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister said Canadians would judge him by the cost at the grocery store. Well, prices are still increasing, so what exactly is the government's plan?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Mon collègue a...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague asked what our plan is. Our plan is clear. Protect and create jobs and invest in major national projects which will have economic benefits across the country, including in my colleague's riding. That's what Canadians expect from their government. While there are trade tensions throughout the world, we have a plan. Canadians expect us to follow that plan, and they expect to see results, which they will see.
Our river.
And yet, Madam Speaker, prices are still increasing, and I wonder why. Inflationary deficits, money printing, taxes on businesses and on fuel, all Liberal policies that have turbocharged inflation over the past decade and that remain in place to this day. Now, the Prime Minister likes to pretend that this is a brand new government, but so far, Madam Speaker, it's just the same old Liberal policies. If they really want to show Canadians they've changed, why not steal another Conservative idea and end the taxes on fuel and on food?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, let me tell you about the impact of some of those Liberal policies. Here's a fun fact for a Friday. Since the Leader of the Opposition was Minister of Employment and Social Development, we've... Madam Speaker, since the Leader of the Opposition was the Minister of Employment and Social Development, those Liberal policies that the member opposite refers to have reduced seniors' poverty by 30% and reduced child poverty by 38%. This year alone, we have increased the Canada Child Benefit by $345. That's over $8,000 for support for every child.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Madam Speaker, I have food for banks in my riding. That tells you something. Food crisis. Canadians cannot afford to buy groceries or enough of it anymore, choosing less nutritious food and eating less quantity and in quality. Since Liberals took power, groceries soared by 40%. The Prime Minister can do something. Stop taxing food so Canadians can eat. Yeah. Will he do it?
Great job. The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Madam Speaker, I would really like to clarify some of the misinformation that we're getting from the other side in this moment. So when they're talking about clean fuel regulations, which they refer to as a tax, let me quote to them. The regulations are not a tax, but a technology-enabling regulation. This supports investments in emissions reduction technologies. Who wrote that? The Canola Digest. We're going to stand with our farmers. We're going to stand with Canadians to build for the future. They're trying to bring us back into the past.
Member for Edmonton Manning.
This government is very creative in bringing more taxes on Canadians. Here's why. Beef up 33%, tuna can up 19%, potatoes up by 16%, pork up by 14%, vegetables up by 13%, oranges up by 12%, and chicken up by 11%. How many food banks need to come in Edmonton Manning before this Prime Minister cut taxes on food for Canadians?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, from the other side, you would think that pollution has no cost. But if we're talking about expenses of it, look at the insurable losses in Calgary after a hailstorm in a single hour, $3 billion in costs. That doesn't even include the uninsured costs that came from that event. We're going to keep fighting climate change. We're going to keep supporting Canadians. We're going to keep investing in our economy. They're trying to drag us back into the past.
The Honourable Member for Parkland.
Madam Speaker, this government is embarking on a $1 billion scam to confiscate Canadian hunting firearms. In a recording, the Minister of Public Safety admits that he can't explain the logic behind this program and that police don't even have the resources to carry it out. Public safety is this minister's #1 job. Meanwhile, violent crime remains at all-time highs. It's reckless to go after law-abiding hunters and not the criminals using smuggled firearms to terrorize our streets. So when will this Prime Minister renounce this absurd scam and fire this minister?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to note that there are 19,000 legal firearms that could be used for hunting and farming, Madam Speaker. We have prohibited 2,500 firearms, lethal firearms such as AR-15s that are used for mass casualty events, Madam Speaker.
Apologize to interrupt the Honourable Minister. The Honourable Member for Vernon Lake Country, Monashee, will be warned one time because it is very disruptive to hear those comments all the time. The Honourable Minister.
There's a clear difference, Madam Speaker. On this side of the House, we believe in the safety and security of Canadians and to make sure that lethal weapons are off our streets. On the opposite side, Madam Speaker, they're about bringing forward American-style gun laws, essentially enabling AR...
Honourable Member for Parkland.
Well, Madam Speaker, this government is not seizing any assault weapons because law-abiding Canadians don't own any. Ukraine was very excited to hear that this government was finally sending them some weapons of war, but they were very surprised to just receive the Cabela's Christmas catalog. Not only are these Liberals incinerating billions of dollars to go after law-abiding hunters, they're also embarrassing us by trying to send gopher hunting guns to Ukrainians risking their lives on the front lines. This is a fiasco. When will this Prime Minister make this minister resign?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House.
Madam Speaker, I can guarantee you one thing. We will never refuse a direct request from the government of Ukraine like we had for free trade arrangements with Ukraine and have it voted against by the Conservatives. That was a pretty embarrassing moment for them. The other embarrassing moment for them always comes, Madam Speaker, when you ask them, what specific gun measures would you put in place over there? Canadians are demanding sensible restrictions on assault firearms that cause mass tragedies. We have a response to that. What is theirs?
The Honourable Member for York Durham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In private, the minister told us the truth. In public, he said his words were misunderstood and mischaracterized. Well, let me translate for him. Quote, if I were to redo this from scratch, I would have taken a different approach. Translation, the minister doesn't believe in his plan. Quote, this is a mandate I was given just to put an end to this and move on. Translation, it's about politics, not public safety. Quote, don't ask me to explain the logic to you on this. Translation, this plan won't work. Minister, Madam Speaker, Canadians don't have confidence in this minister. How long will the Prime Minister stand behind him?
Minister of Public Safety.
Probably a good thing that member opposite is not a translator, Madam Speaker. Let me be very clear. Right now, we brought forward a pilot program in Nova Scotia to ensure that the systems we put in place as part of the compensation program works. The program will last for about 5 to 7 weeks, Madam Speaker. We will expand it nationwide across Canada, where all Canadians, all law-abiding Canadians can seek compensation for prohibited firearms, Madam Speaker. That is a very responsible way to ensure that lethal weapons are off our streets.
Honourable Member for York Durham.
Madam Speaker, I admit it is sometimes difficult to translate liberal hypocrisy. But let me tell you what their plan has led to. A crime problem, a gun problem, a leaky border problem, and an illegal gun problem. And you know what that has led to? A Canadians don't feel safe problem. And that's the minister's #1 job, keep Canadians safe. But instead of that, and instead of hiring border officers in the RCMP, he's wasting $750 million on a program he knows won't work. It is the responsibility of every leader to accept the consequence of their actions, however heavy they may be. Will the Prime Minister do that today and fire this minister?
Will Leader of the Government in the House.
Once again, Madam Speaker, we have a perfect example of the Conservatives refusing to offer up a single common-sense proposal to limit the propagation of assault rifles in our country. We refuse to accept the gun regime in the United States, where we see repeated tragedies happen in the streets. We want common sense, restrictions on the ability to possess an assault rifle. Hunters don't want them, hunters don't need them. Hunting rifles are preserved, but assault rifles...
Member for St. Albert, Sturgeon River.
Madam Speaker, the Minister of Public Safety got caught on tape admitting that the Liberals' gun buyback is a $750 million scam. All about gaining votes for the Liberals and nothing to do with public safety. The minister even counseled his tenant to break the law and keep his now illegal firearm. Given the minister's complete lack of confidence in his own $750 million scheme, will he do what is right and save his reputation and resign?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, in addition to the compensation program pilot that we launched this week in Nova Scotia, we have invested $1.3 billion at our borders. We brought forward Bill C-2, which is in front of the House right now, Madam Speaker, which could be passed. With the support of the opposition, we can pass it today to ensure our borders are stronger so that we can keep illegal firearms off our streets. We also will be hiring 1,000 new CBSA and RCMP officers, Madam Speaker, and we will be making criminal justice reform. It's a combination of efforts on this side of the House that will ensure the safety and security of Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Madam Speaker, our strategic industries are at a crossroads. With the tariffs imposed by our southern neighbours, Canada is ready to lay the groundwork for a new industrial era. Could the Industry Minister tell the House how the Strategic Response Fund will help our strategic industries adapt, recalibrate, and diversify so that we can continue building the strongest economy of the G7? The Honourable Minister of Industry. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We know that trade tensions with the United States have impacts on our businesses and workers. All throughout the summer, I was meeting with them. From Sault Ste. Marie to Hamilton, from Saguenay to Bécancour. Together, we found solutions, like the Strategic Response Fund, with a value of $5 billion. And all of the regional development agencies that will help our businesses recalibrate, adapt, protect their jobs, protect their workers, and build the Canadian economy. We will be there for our businesses.
In Lake West, South Kelowna.
Madam Speaker, when Highway 97 shuts down due to landslides, wildfires, or serious accidents, Okanagan residents, including cancer patients and essential workers, are stranded. Many are forced onto dangerous, poorly marked forest roads like the FSR 201. The Harper-Campbell government's successful four-laning between Summerland and Peachland now requires $24 million in stabilization work. As a funding partner, the federal government has a clear obligation to contribute a share. Will the federal government commit to half the cost so the province can stabilize the corridor and upgrade the FSR 201, giving Okanagan motorists a safe, reliable alternative to Highway 97?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our government is always committed to working with provinces to ensure that Canadian residents are safe. We look forward to ongoing discussions in this regard and continuing so that we can find a solution that works for everyone.
The Honourable Member for Riding Mountain.
Madam Speaker, Canadians donate their blood to save lives here at home. But now we learn a foreign drug maker named Grifols is profiting off plasma donated through Canadian Blood Services without donors knowing. Canadian Blood Services promised that none of the plasma collected from Canadians would be used in products sold offshore. That promise has been broken. Does the Prime Minister agree that plasma donated through Canadian Blood Services should stay in Canada? Yes or no?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I thank the honourable colleague opposite for his question. Canadian Blood Services is responsible for managing Canada blood system outside of Quebec at arm's length, and it operates on behalf of the provinces and territories. As Canadian Blood Services moves forward in its agreement with Grifols, we would strongly recommend and encourage it to follow the promises made when it signed the contract in 2022 to ensure the blood products are manufactured exclusively for Canadian patients and to establish the in-Canada supply chain necessary to produce them.
Honourable Member for Riding Mountain.
Madam Speaker, Canadians are outraged to learn that Grifols, a foreign company, is making money off their blood donations without their knowledge. But the Prime Minister isn't outraged, and we know why. That's because Brookfield has been aggressively working to buy Grifols over the last year, including while the Prime Minister was chair of Brookfield. Canadian blood donations should save lives in Canada, not line the pockets of foreign companies or the Prime Minister. If Brookfield buys Grifols, how much money will the Prime Minister make?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, as I had mentioned, Canada Blood Services is responsible for managing Canada blood system outside of Quebec at arm's length, and it operates on behalf of the provinces and territory. As Canadian Blood Services moves forward in this agreement with Grifols, we would strongly encourage it to follow the promises made when it signed the contract in 2022. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Barossa.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, my question is for the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing and Infrastructure. In my riding of Barossa, like elsewhere in Canada, people are calling for housing, affordable housing, accessible housing. Could my colleague tell the House how his department is working with municipalities, nonprofits, and local and community organizations to provide real solutions for housing? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Canadians have called for action. That is why we launched Build Canada Homes to meet housing needs throughout the country. The program works with provinces, cuts red tape, and helps small communities build faster. We are working in close collaboration with Quebec, where local organizations are vital to getting housing built. We have a good record of cooperation with Quebec, and we will continue in that vein.
Madam Speaker, in 2022, the Liberals imposed a 35% tariff on Russian fertilizer. By December of that year, Canadian farmers had paid $115 million in tariffs, which the government donated to Ukraine. In the 3 subsequent years, the tariff has remained in place and a further $300 million has been paid to the government by farmers. But the funds are no longer being donated to Ukraine, and because replacements are not available, imports of Russian fertilizer have not gone down. So if the tariff doesn't actually hurt Russian exports or help Ukraine, why is the government still extracting hundreds of millions each year from Canadian farmers?
Hear, hear. L'honorable ministre des Finances.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
I've stood with Ukraine at every step of the way. Unlike the Conservative, I'd be very careful for them to raise questions like that. I can even tell you, Madam Speaker, as the chair of the G7 finance minister, we always have an item with respect to Ukraine. I was with the finance minister of Ukraine just earlier this week, Madam Speaker, and one thing that the Ukrainian government know, and all Ukrainian, it is Canada will be by their side today, for the future, and as long as it takes, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
The Liberals abruptly announced that they will end door-to-door mail delivery. The elderly, rural, remote, and Indigenous communities will have a hard time accessing their mail. Those who work 9 to 5 will have to take time off work to get their mail. There's a better way forward. Instead of tearing down Canada Post, will the minister build them up? By reintroducing postal banking, building an electric vehicle charging network, expand its infrastructure by creating a community hub of services like high-speed internet, computer access, video conferencing, and e-commerce support. Will the minister do the right thing?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Canada Post is in deep financial difficulty, and our government is clear that endless government bailouts are not the answer. We've already stepped in with significant support, but without real reform, the future of this public service and the jobs that depend on it are at risk. Our government's directed Canada Post to take concrete steps. These changes will put Canada Post on a more stable footing, ensuring that it continues to serve Canadians well.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Earlier this week in Ottawa, I was honored to meet with brave Indigenous women from Guatemala, representing the Xinca people who are fighting a Canadian silver mine at Escobal that's violating their rights. I thought right away, I'll go to the ombudsperson for responsible enterprise to see if they can investigate. They don't have good investigative tools. They don't have teeth in that office. But right now, the office is empty. Can the Honourable Member for Minister for International Trade inform us when the new ombudsperson will be in place?
The Honourable Minister for International Trade.
Madam Speaker, through you, I'd like to thank the member from Saanich Gulf Islands for that very important question. Our government expects Canadian companies to respect human rights at home and abroad. Our national contact point is part of Canada's commitment to further the effectiveness of OECD guidelines. The guidelines are the most complete and authoritative set of global standards on how to run a business responsibly. Canada's national contact point contributes to the resolution of disputes. We encourage all businesses to follow responsible business practices, and I look forward to following up with my colleague after QP on our very important question.
And that is the end of oral questions for today. The honourable member for, Mr. Mantle. The honourable, York Durham on a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe during the last exchange with my colleague, Mr. Reid, I heard the member from...
Not use names.
I believe I heard the member from Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas, accuse my honourable colleague of being a Russian asset. If I was mistaken, I apologize, but if I was correct, I'd invite him to withdraw that comment or say it outside.
The honourable member for Hamilton York, Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
I believe it was a question, not an accusation. Thank you, Speaker.
Really?
That's better.
Well, I take the point of order, and we will look at the collection of notes that have been taken.
That's just beyond that.
Daily order of business, tabling of documents, introduction of government bills. Mr. McGuinty, seconded by order. Mr. McGuinty, seconded by Mr. Ananda-Sangari, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the National Defence Act and Other Acts. The motion is deemed adopted. Monsieur McGuinty, appuyé par Monsieur Ananda.
Mr. McGuinty, seconded by Mr. Ananda-Sangari, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted. When shall the bill be read a second time?
À la prochaine séance.
At the next sitting of the House.
Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Présentation de rapport de.
Presenting reports from committees.
Of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motion.
Motions.
Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
The Honourable Member for Okanagan Lake West, South Kelowna.
Speaker, I rise today to table a petition urging the government to criminalize coercive abuse through the reintroduction of former Bill C-332. This bill, which has already undergone rigorous legal and procedural review, offers a clear and focused approach to addressing intimate partner violence by specifically targeting coercive control. Families have lived with the devastating impacts of coercive abuse. A constituent in my riding of Okanagan Lake West, South Kelowna, has been actively involved in community efforts and advocacy surrounding the issue. Their insights reflect the urgent need for legal reform to protect vulnerable women from this insidious form of abuse. This petition supports reviving that bill in its original form to ensure swift, effective action. And I thank all members for their support of this important cause to strengthen protections for women who are victims of coercive, controlling behaviors and abuse.
Honourable Member for Riding Mountains.
Madam Speaker, it's always a privilege to present a petition on behalf of the constituents of Riding Mountain. Madam Speaker, the people of Swan River are experiencing an alarming increase in violent crime that has threatened the safety and well-being of families all across our region. A recent report by the Manitoba West District RCMP found that over an 18-month period, just one offender in Swan River was responsible for 107 offenses. This is in a community of 4,000. Petitioners continue to suffer the consequences of soft-on-crime Liberal policies like Bill C-5 that repealed mandatory jail time for serious crimes and Bill C-75 which forces judges to release repeat violent offenders right back onto the streets. Petitioners in the Swan Valley want to see an end to the Liberals' reckless catch-and-release policies so that criminals stay behind bars. This is why the people of Swan River are demanding jail, not bail, for violent repeat offenders. I support the good people of Swan River.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to present this petition, and I know that the petition rules, I cannot speak to how much this petition means to me. So I'll stay neutral. But the petitioners, many of them from my community, are calling for the Minister of Immigration to revisit decisions that deny a Canadian couple to live together. Yes, the wife, Sophia Pap, is Canadian. Her spouse, Zain Haq of Pakistan, has been deported. The petitioners are calling on the government to please revisit this matter, to reverse the deportation and reunite this couple so they can live together with their family in Vancouver. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed. Agreed. Ordre du jour.
Ordre du jour. Orders of the day. Government orders, government bills, commons. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-8, an act respecting cybersecurity, amending the Telecommunications Act, and making consequential amendments to other acts. I'd like to inform the House that the volume of earpieces will now be reset.
That the volume of earpieces will now be reset. The Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Nicola has 1 minute and a half to finish his questions and comments. So questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. My questions are actually on C-8. In regards to, we know C-8 is kind of a replacement with some modifications of C-26. The member himself introduced a private member's bill just last week. He said how it was reformative and the many changes that are going to result as a direct response. That's programmed. So we know after 2 hours of debate, it's going to go into committee. This particular bill has already, in a bit of a different form, gone to committee, passed through third reading, went to the Senate. It's back in a different form, somewhat. I'm wondering if he would agree that maybe there has been a lot of debate. He says he wants to see the bill ultimately go to committee. Can he give us some sense of how long he believes the bill should stay in the House before it goes to committee?
The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the question. At the end of the day, I believe that parliamentarians, particularly on our side as opposition, should have the opportunity to voice their concerns. Does that mean that Conservatives are going to put up 140 speakers on this bill? No. But at the same time, the reality is he's asking me if I promise. I promise to do so as long as he concedes I'm right on C2. But you know, we are here in our democracy, and I spoke about the honor of being here as members. At the end of the day, I think that people who have concerns about C2 or want to endorse it from the government side should have their opportunity to speak, and I believe we should afford them every opportunity to do so. At that point, we can look at this bill going to committee. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Beauharnois, Salaberry, Soulanges, Huntingdon. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always an honour to make a speech when you're in the chair. Look, I'd like to begin my speech by pointing out that on Tuesday, as you know, Madam Speaker, will be National Truth and Reconciliation Day. We won't be sitting next Tuesday on September 30th, so I'd like to join with those in the bloc who, like me, have the privilege, because it is a privilege, to have neighbors and constituents who live on reserves. And the Akwesasne Reserve is in my riding, so I'd like to give a shout out to the Grand Chief, who I am a genuine friend of. And the Akwesasne Reserve straddles 3 borders, so the U.S., Quebec, and Ontario. And so I'd like to give a shout out to the new chief, who's been there for barely a year. And I also have a lot of respect and friendship for him. When I met with Grand Chief Abraham Benedict, he laid out his main claims, and as the bloc's critic for public safety, we discussed their needs. They need legislation that covers all the police forces, because there's provincial jurisdiction, and he'd like to have one police force that covers their entire territory. And there's also the issue of mobility, because, you know, Akwesasne, sometimes you have to cross the U.S. border sometimes to get into the reserve, and that does cause problems for some of the residents of Akwesasne. So we had a good discussion, and we have to have those discussions, frank and sincere conversations, in order to follow the path of truth and reconciliation. So that's just a few introductory remarks about the very special day coming up on September 30th. Now, this bill is quite technical, and as my Conservative colleague said, the Conservative critic said, I don't think anyone can claim to be a cybersecurity expert here in this place. It's quite a complex field, and so but it's still important to have a legislative framework to protect our essential systems that are essential to Quebec, the provinces, and Canada as a whole. So what is C8? Mr. Speaker, I will just read a few paragraphs that will give you a quick idea about this bill. The first part amends the Telecommunications Act. It adds a bit about security, and it allows the government to order internet service providers, or ISPs, to do things or not to do things, anything necessary to secure the Canadian telecommunications system. So obviously that's very important. And the bill also sets out a series of penalties that can be imposed for non-compliance with orders in council, or regulations. So that allows the government to prohibit companies from using products or services provided by high-risk providers. The second part of the bill would create a new act, a new piece of legislation called the Critical Cyber Systems Protection Act. And in order to create that, as I said at the outset, the idea is to establish a framework for protecting critical cyber infrastructure that comes under federal jurisdiction. And the bill will allow the government to designate critical services or systems and to establish categories of operators for critical services or systems. And the government says through this bill that this could serve as a model for provinces and municipalities, a model for them to follow in securing their own critical infrastructure. The second part of the Act applies more to operators in telecommunications, energy, finance, and transportation. Those are critical industries that are related to national security. And here the Act will also allow federally regulated systems and services to be designated as critical to national security or public safety.
The bill is very clear. It designates 6 services in Schedule 1, 6 vital services and vital systems. I'd like to talk about telecommunications services. That's item 1. The second item is interprovincial or international pipeline and power line systems. The third item, nuclear energy systems. The fourth, transportation systems that are within the legislative authority of Parliament, so that can refer to airports, planes, trains. Item 5, banking systems. Item 6, clearing and settlement systems. Now, Speaker, it's true that C8 is essentially a copy of C26 with a few changes. I read the legislative summary for this bill, and as I said earlier, the Library of Parliament's analysts do an incredible job. They help us understand the bill, and they're also available to us. They answer our questions. They clarify some aspects of the bill for us. I really do want to commend them for the exceptional work that they do to support us in our work, especially with regard to legislation. So as I was saying, C8 is basically a copy of C26 with a few changes. As you know, C26 died on the order paper. It had almost made its way through the House of Commons. It made it to the Senate, where it died on the order paper. A lot of work was done in committee. 8 committee meetings were dedicated to the study of C28. My colleague Christina Michaud, her assistant, and the Bloc Québécois Research Service had thoroughly studied the bill and tabled many amendments, most of which were voted on and passed in committee. This goes to show, Speaker, that the opposition's work involves improving government legislation. I say so because the Bloc Québécois is a parliamentary group, a party which is known as a hard-working one. And we always apply the same lens to our assessment of legislation. We ask ourselves whether it's good for Quebecers. When a bill is not positive for Quebecers, then we take advantage of debate to suggest that some sections of a bill are not in the best interests of Quebecers. That's part of our work here. I'd really like to thank Christina Michaud, her assistant, and our Bloc Québécois Research Service for having so thoroughly studied the original bill and for having enhanced it. During the study of C26 in committee, we moved amendments which were defeated by the NDP, the Conservatives, and the Liberals. They did not pass. The situation is different now. We hope that we will be able to convince the government that the amendments we moved to C26 are essential and should be included in C8. We support the bill because it's a fact that the government is lagging behind when it comes to cyber security and countering cyber attacks. That said, it's important to study the bill in committee so that we can hear from witnesses who have concerns, and we also want to be able to move amendments. I'd like to tell you about our amendments. They were mostly related to government accountability, reporting, transparency. In the bill, we must admit, many powers are given to the minister. We felt and still feel that the minister should have to report. That's important. As for privacy protection, we moved amendments which were adopted. In C8, we should really study privacy protection, the impacts on privacy protection. We should hear from witnesses who have concerns about protection of private information and data and how data is collected. We will study protection of privacy and private data in committee and by hearing from witnesses. Now, we still have some concerns remaining, even after all the work we did on C26. For instance, we're concerned about businesses. Are businesses willing and able to invest and to comply with the legislation? Will businesses be able to comply with the legislation after it passes? We wonder whether businesses might need better support from us. As for us, we paid specific attention to the lack of preciseness in the description of categories of operators. We feel that there's a lack of legislative clarity in how operators are listed. We hope that in committee we'll be able to look into that and better define designated operator. We also have some concerns about orders to gather information, especially when it comes to designated operators and telecommunications providers in critical cyber systems, vital cyber systems. Mr. Speaker, I know that you have a lot of legal experience, but we have some concerns about privacy protection and data protection. We want to ensure that lawyers' privilege of secrecy of information is protected. So you see, there is work to do to ensure that C8 properly protects privacy and personal information. Now, I'd like to touch on the aspect that we are most worried about, which relates to Hydro-Quebec. We often say in this House that we disagree with the federal government interfering with Quebec's areas of jurisdiction. As we know, Hydro-Quebec runs all hydro lines in Quebec. That is important to us. That is the legacy of the Quiet Revolution. Hydro-Quebec offers clean, green, affordable energy to Quebecers. Provinces are responsible for their own hydroelectricity. There is an act on the Canada Energy Office, which says that the federal will apply to a provincial hydro line. So a province can choose a regulatory body to have rights and powers over that section. But for a line to be under federal jurisdiction, under the Canada Energy Office, then an interprovincial line must be designated through a bylaw. In Quebec, there are no hydro lines under the Canada Energy Office. This has been an issue before. It was an issue in C26, and it's an issue again in C8. C8 would lead to action on interprovincial lines, and the Canada Energy Act and C8 are discordant when it comes to jurisdiction. But the Canada Energy Office through C8 is dedicated as the regulator of vital energy systems. But there is some inconsistency here. When it comes to cybersecurity, C8 gives more powers to the Canada Energy Office, even management over interprovincial lines. We feel that this act should recognize the jurisdiction of provincial energy offices and regulators, especially Hydro-Quebec. We feel that this is a massive oversight. We won't be protected from duplication, from double efforts and double jurisdiction. Canada is cutting spending and budgets, yet in C8, the federal government wants to be above Hydro-Quebec and wants to give orders to Hydro-Quebec, but Hydro-Quebec has its own cybersecurity systems. There would also be sanctions possible through C8, but we feel that C8 meddles with something where we already have protection of critical infrastructure. In English, it's the North American Reliability Corporation. Which deals with infrastructure projects, upcoming infrastructure projects. An operator could be asked to pay an administrative penalty twice for the same sanction by two different bodies. So which one will take precedence? We feel that Hydro-Quebec and Quebec's jurisdiction should be respected. The legislation would allow the federal government to make Quebec pay fines if Hydro-Quebec doesn't follow federal law. It's shocking because we have been managing our hydro network for a long time. Now, Hydro-Quebec is the target of cybersecurity attacks, of cyber attacks, basically daily, and they deal with them well. Now, the sanctions, the administrative penalties, can be really steep if a business is deemed non-compliant with the legislation. Hydro-Quebec already has its own standards to follow. Hydro-Quebec follows North American standards, as we also provide electricity to the United States. There are North American standards which we comply with in Quebec. C8 seems to ignore the reality of things on the ground, how things are already done. This bill would meddle with Hydro-Quebec's jurisdiction. Mr. Speaker, I don't believe that Quebec or Hydro-Quebec were consulted with regard to this. Of course, it's important to work with provinces and territories on federal legislation. Some aspects of C8 need to be reviewed to ensure that Ottawa is respecting provincial jurisdiction. On that note, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to taking questions from my colleagues so that we can deepen our understanding of C8, which is, of course, important legislation, but which must be amended to ensure that the federal government does not interfere with Quebec's jurisdiction. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thanks. Thank you. Please take it away.
Merci, Monsieur. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for her speech. She mentioned some problems in the bill. She also brought up amendments that the Bloc Québécois would like to move in committee. Can she tell us more about the amendments her party would move and the rationale behind them? Thank you. The Honourable Member. I can't name specific sections, but in general, we will move amendments related to privacy protection. We will also move amendments to guarantee that Quebec's jurisdiction is respected and that Hydro-Quebec can continue to do the work it's already doing in collaboration with the United States. We already follow standards, existing standards. If the bill passes as is without amendments, we don't understand how there could be collaboration with Hydro-Quebec and Quebec. We find it illogical, and also there would be a duplication. There'd be double work. Now, I appreciate my colleague enormously. The Conservatives, the Liberals, and the NDP together defeated our previous amendments related to federal interference with Quebec's jurisdiction. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain. Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for her speech. Here's what I would like to know. Does my colleague feel that we should send this bill to committee as soon as possible so that we can really study the amendments that she talked so much about? Does she feel that we should send it to committee as soon as possible? The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I agree with my colleague that this bill is time-sensitive, urgent, important, and warrants thorough study. I would indeed like to send it to committee quickly so that we can move our amendments. I'd also like us to better define interference or meddling. Sometimes I get the impression that the Liberals and the Conservatives don't understand what this legislation would entail for Hydro-Quebec and for Quebec. Maybe they have a deep desire for centralizing government, or maybe they don't really understand our system. Sometimes federal legislation would make provinces subservient to Ottawa, which would make all of the decisions. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes, Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your job is not an easy one. I would not like to be in your place. I have a question for my colleague. My colleague did a great job of explaining that Quebec already does a lot for its own security. Hydro-Quebec does so because it has a lot of critical infrastructure, vital infrastructure that we need to protect. Now, Ottawa is moving legislation that would force Quebec to do things differently, even though Quebec already has a lot of expertise in countering cyber attacks and protecting its cybersecurity. But this is not at all a surprise because the government always wants to centralize power in Ottawa. Here's my question. C8 is very similar to C26. We have already expressed our concerns and our reservations, we in the Bloc Québécois, and we wonder why our concerns and reservations are nowhere to be found in C8. My question is, how did the Liberals respond to the concerns we raised in the study of C26? The Honourable Member, I thank my colleague for her question, which is an incredibly relevant and important one. In this discussion on interference, there's no difference between Liberals, Conservatives, or the NDP because they all support centralizing powers. Earlier, the Conservative colleague, who is the opposition critic for public safety, and I sit with him in committee, he said there is no threat to our security, and I agree with that, but it's not because we have this legislation that all of a sudden Hydro-Quebec will have to follow two different systems to fight cyber threats. Our system has been in place for a long time. We have ways to counter cyber threats. Hydro-Quebec faces cyber threats every day because it is a very important and essential hydro network, Mr. Speaker. So I have a duty, a real duty, as a teacher on the Public Safety Committee, and I can teach my colleagues that there is no danger in letting Quebec handle its own cybersecurity system through Hydro-Quebec.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Thank you, and I'd like to thank my colleague from the Bloc Québécois. I think her speech is very relevant. She spoke a lot about the centralizing tendencies. And I may not be an expert, but I think we can all recognize that cyber criminals move quick and adapt quickly. The ways they are committing crimes are changing faster than legislation is. By restricting the government's power, wouldn't it risk making us less able to respond to evolving threats? The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I sit with my colleague on the Public Safety Committee, and I think that we have something in common. We are both MPs who are always trying to learn. As for his question, I would say the answer is no. Hydro-Quebec is already following North American standards. If C8 is layered onto these, they will need to follow two sets of standards. And possibly, and I don't think it's very likely, possibly they could even find themselves facing penalties from two different regimes. We need to look into the bill in greater detail to figure out a way around that. So we'll have the discussion at the committee. We'll delve into the details. And I would add to the member for Bourassa, I don't have all the answers, but I would ask the question, was Quebec consulted? Did the Minister of Public Safety or the Minister of Digital Safety of Quebec consulted? What about the other provinces? I get the impression that this bill simply calls for collaboration instead of actually requiring it. When a bill calls for collaboration, you need to take the time to consult the relevant parties. Questions and comments?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. When I look at the legislation, whether it's finance, telecommunications, energy, or our transportation industry, these are responsibilities that the federal government has. It's the federal government's responsibility to take a look at one of the greatest threats, that being cyber security. And putting a framework and establishing this is critically important. I don't think that what we want to see is dealing with energy. Manitoba, we got a lot of hydro, much like Quebec. Manitoba, Quebec have a lot in common. And having that federal government take its responsibility and providing that additional sense of security, given the importance of hydropower to both of our provinces, I see that as a positive. How is it a negative thing, is the question I would have for the member.
The Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry-Soulanges-Huntingdon. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Winnipeg North for his question. I know that he's curious about our position, and I would be happy to explain it. I'm glad to take a question like this. You will understand that I was actually curious about whether Manitoba had been consulted. I personally am curious about that. Maybe my colleague has the answer. We do have a system in place, and it's working well. So we should be looking at ways to work together rather than ways to create redundancy. I hope we can come to a common understanding. Perhaps we will come to a consensus that there are small changes that are needed that would give Quebecers and people in other provinces access to better public safety and stronger essential infrastructure. Perhaps this can draw on provincial expertise. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Bourassa. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I begin, I would like to inform you that I am sharing my time with the member for Vancouver East. Madam Speaker, I am very pleased to rise today to speak to Bill C-8, an act respecting cybersecurity. This is a vital piece of legislation that will reinforce Canada's resilience against cyber threats in both the public and private sectors. I believe that all of my colleagues here will agree that cyber threats are one of the biggest security threats facing Canada today. Bad actors are going to great lengths to disrupt our daily life by carrying out cyber threats against essential infrastructure. These disruptions have wide-ranging consequences because all of us use technology on a daily basis, from banking services to communication services to public services. Every aspect of our daily lives could be impacted by a cyber incident. That is why it is so vital to update our legislation so that we could provide adequate responses to modern threats. Madam Speaker, back in June, our government tabled Bill C-8. This is an important step in the fight against cybercrime and the protection of our vital infrastructure. Vital infrastructure that Canadians depend on for essential services can be hit by cyber incidents. This represents a threat to public safety, national security, and economic prosperity. Cyber threats are growing increasingly frequent and sophisticated, and more often, we are seeing that they are sponsored or supported by foreign states. What is more, Canada's vital infrastructure is becoming increasingly digitized and interconnected, especially with the emergence of new technology like 5G and 5G+. Any compromise in telecommunications, energy, finance, or transportation could harm Canadians or do significant damage to the Canadian economy. Madam Speaker, passing this bill would be a major step forward as the government works to combat cyber threats, decrease our level of vulnerability, and ensure that all Canadians and Canadian businesses are safe. This bill would shore up national security, public safety, and economic prosperity by increasing the threat readiness of the Canadian telecommunication system and by strengthening the cybersecurity of federally regulated vital infrastructure. Yes, Madam Speaker, Bill C-8 would shore up our economic prosperity because resilient infrastructure is exactly what global investors are looking for right now. Digital sovereignty in our territory is another thing that investors are looking for around the world. It is ridiculous to believe that we will receive investments if we cannot demonstrate that our country is ready to protect our vital infrastructure. To bring this about, this bill would amend the Telecommunications Act, setting up a new cybersecurity framework that would strengthen the resilience of Canada's essential cyber systems. Amendments to the Telecommunications Act would ensure that the telecommunication system is secure. These amendments would specifically protect it against threats from high-risk suppliers. Madam Speaker, these amendments would give the government clear, explicit legal powers to require telecommunications operators to take the necessary steps to protect their systems. The bill also would enact the Essential Cyber Systems Protection Act, which would require designated operators in finance, telecommunications, energy, and transportation to protect their essential cyber systems. This obligation includes, among other things, the creation of a cybersecurity policy and the reporting of cybersecurity incidents to the Canadian Cybersecurity Centre. Reporting cybersecurity incidents will allow our intelligence agencies to better track trends and new methods used by bad actors. I said it earlier, but it bears repeating. Bad actors are nimble, they adapt quickly, and they are increasingly able to get around our protections. This means that we have a risk of becoming out of date. The Essential Cyber Systems Protection Act would also give the government a new tool, allowing us to take necessary measures to fight cybersecurity threats and vulnerability, thus protecting Canadian cyber systems. Madam Speaker, this legislation will help our government. It will help us to carry out our mandate and to respect our security priorities. This government is determined to combat modern threats like foreign interference, transnational repression, and cybercrime. These crimes are often linked to one another. For this reason, the bill will play a key role in our fight. It will allow the government to take necessary steps to protect the security of Canadian vital infrastructure. The time has come, Madam Speaker. It is time to update our legislation so that it is ready to face the threats and issues of the 21st century. Once this bill receives royal assent, provisions of the Canadian Essential Cyber Systems Protection Act would be phased in. And ongoing consultations between the government and industry stakeholders about incoming regulations would continue to ensure that the impact on relevant sectors would be minimized. By giving the government the ability to take steps to counter cyber threats and vulnerabilities, this bill would strengthen the cybersecurity of Canadian vital infrastructure through regulations, while at the same time allowing the communication security establishment to be better informed of cyber threats that Canadian vital infrastructure is facing. These new powers will help us proactively, and I repeat, proactively, track the ongoing evolution of cyber threats. It will also let us take prompt steps to counter these threats and shore up vulnerabilities. Madam Speaker, sometimes it feels like not a day goes by where we do not hear about a cyber incident somewhere in the world, somewhere in Canada. Canadians hear about these incidents. They feel justified concern, and we need to have responses for this concern. People in Barossa are worried about the privacy of their personal information and the daily systems they rely on being disrupted. As legislators, it is our duty to do all that we can to protect Canadians. Cybersecurity is not a partisan issue. For this reason, I urge my honourable opposition colleagues to support us as we seek to strengthen our collective security. We are witnessing what is going on in Canada and around the world, and we are taking the necessary steps. The government will continue to consult with stakeholders throughout the rulemaking process. While change is needed to strengthen our systems and our infrastructure, we want to ensure that we minimize the impact on industry. Industry, of course, will be an essential partner in the fight against cybercrime and the efforts to improve our resilience. To conclude, once again, I call on all of my parliamentary colleagues to support this bill so that we can protect Canada and all Canadians against cyber threats. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Akiawenrock. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Happy to see you today. I appreciated the speech from my colleague from Barossa. We all understand that cybersecurity is a 21st century issue that affects Quebec City, Quebec, Canada, and the entire world. This bill suggests certain steps that could be taken, but here's what is on my mind. We do want to ensure that people are protected, but at the same time we want to protect their right to privacy. We want to make sure their personal information is well handled. Could my colleague speak on this a little bit? Because this bill makes a reference to personal information, and some people are beginning to ask questions. We want to be protected, certainly, but we want our private information not to be shared with everyone. Thank you, Madam Speaker. That was an excellent question. Because, yes, there are two dimensions we are talking about here. First, there's cyber threats, and there we're thinking of cyber criminals and how we can deal with them. But I also noted that service providers will have to comply with this legislation. That's why I believe, as a government and as a country, we need digital sovereignty, true digital sovereignty that will allow us to have infrastructure on Canadian soil rather than rely on foreign service providers. Once we fully control our data and its storage, then we can truly talk about securing the data of Canadians. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the bill, it says, in black and white, that the federal government intends to work with provinces and territories. I find that interesting, and I want to focus on the word collaborate that is found in the bill. Often that means that Ottawa gives orders and everyone has to fall in line. Will this time collaboration refer to real collaboration? Consultations, understanding each other's views, open-mindedness. Will regulations be written jointly by Canada and the provinces instead of being imposed from on high? Ottawa needs to give some commitments. There needs, after all, Hydro-Quebec and the province of Quebec will need to live with the impact of this bill. The Honourable Member for Barossa. Thank you. Thank you for that question. I will repeat what I said earlier. I will be entirely clear. There will be consultations with provinces, territories, and industry, both public and private. Why? Well, we want to move quickly because the threat is there presently now, but we also do not want to disrupt industry. That's crucial for us. We will consult with all stakeholders while at the same time moving forward. Everyone will be consulted, including the provinces and including industry. Our government has no desire to create a disruption that would affect industry. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you, I just heard the speech from my colleague, which was very thoughtful. I wonder if my colleague believes this bill could go even further. Could there be tools that would help educate our communities so we get to a place where Canadians both know how to use the cybernet and how to protect themselves? Could such training and awareness tools be created and used? The Honourable Member for Barossa, with 30 seconds. I'm really talking about dealing with cybercrime, but my colleague is entirely right. You are right, because education is important, not just for public safety, but in all areas. All departments should use a good communication strategy, and Canadians deserve to be protected to the greatest extent possible.
For Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague, the member from Barossa, for splitting time with me. Madam Speaker, cybersecurity is no longer a distant concern of experts in back rooms. It is a kitchen table issue. Canadians expect their lights to come on, their paychecks to be deposited, their medical records to be private, and their phones to connect them to loved ones without interruption. They expect those things to be safe from hackers, from hostile states, nefarious actors, and yes, from overreach by their very own government. Cybersecurity is not an abstract concern. It is about whether families can trust their power grid to stay on, whether a rural clinic can keep its patients' record safe, and whether small businesses can keep their doors open without fear of being taken down by hackers. Canadians deserve real protections against cyber threats. It is a reality in today's world. We all recognize that. In that respect, I acknowledge that Bill C-8 reflects a pressing reality. Canada must strengthen the resilience of our critical infrastructure. But in our rush to act, we must also ensure we get the right balance. If we protect our systems but undermine our rights, if we secure our networks but destabilize our economy, then we will have built a fortress with the doors left open. Bill C-8, as it stands, raises several concerns. The Liberals tell us this bill is proof of their so-called, quote, innovative agenda. But when you look closely at the fine print, the reality is far more complicated. Bill C-8 is a near carbon copy of Bill C-26, a bill that died when Parliament was prorogued earlier this year. And while some minor improvements have been made, some fundamental flaws remain. This is where I like to focus my remarks as me and my colleagues in the NDP consider the ramifications of this bill. Allow me to bring those questions forward with the hope of bringing some clarity and changes to this bill. First, the scope of ministerial powers. Under this bill, the Minister of Industry can compel telecommunication providers to rip out equipment, ban entire suppliers, or suspend agreements. Imagine, Madam Speaker, that a company might have to pass the costs of that onto its customers or close its door entirely. While the Minister explained that safeguards exist to prevent disproportionate orders from crippling providers and leaving rural Canadians disconnected, Bill C-8 grants sweeping powers to Cabinet and to the Minister of Industry, powers to ban telecom companies from using certain equipment, to force its removal, to suspend services, and to terminate contracts. These orders can be issued without prior judicial approval, without parliamentary review, and without independent oversight. Madam Speaker, when you concentrate this much power in the hands of a single minister, you need checks and balances. Where are they in this bill? Second, the risks to privacy and civil liberties. The bill allows for mandatory information sharing between telecoms, regulators, and federal agencies, and possibly onward to foreign governments. And what is the standard for this disclosure? Simply the minister's own judgment of what is, quote, necessary. This is vague, subjective, and wide open to abuse. Why are there no requirements for privacy impact assessments in this bill? Why are there no guarantees that collected data will not be repurposed for unrelated purposes? Third, the absence of compensation or worker protection. If a company is ordered to rip out equipment or shut down services, there is no compensation. For small internet providers, that could mean bankruptcy. For their workers, it could mean layoffs. For rural and remote communities, it could mean disruptions in already fragile service. Where is the government's plan to support those workers, providers, and communities who will bear the costs of compliance? Fourth, the penalties. Bill C-8 envisions fines of up to $15 million a day for corporations, and Madam Speaker, up to $1 million a day for individual employees. Think about that. A frontline worker following orders from management could face personal ruin under this regime. Where are the safeguards to ensure fairness, due process, and appeal rights? Fifth, the one-size-fits-all approach. This bill lumps together banks, telecoms, nuclear facilities, and energy cooperatives under a single compliance framework. All of them face the same 90-day timeline to stand up cybersecurity programs, no matter their size or capacity. For large corporations, perhaps this is feasible, but for small operators or co-ops, it could be impossible. Shouldn't compliance obligations be tailored to the realities of different sectors? 6, international consequences. Canada's adequacy standard under the European Union's GDPR is the foundation of much of our digital economy. It is what follows European data to flow. It is what allows European data to flow into Canadian systems, supporting banks, airlines, and cloud providers. But the European Commission reviews adequacy every 4 years. If they see that Canada is granting unchecked surveillance powers, if they see data repurposed without necessity and proportionality, we risk losing that adequacy decision. We have already seen what happened to the United States under Schrems II. Does this government truly want to put Canada in that same position? Madam Speaker, New Democrats agree that cybersecurity is essential, but cybersecurity must not come at the expense of democracy, accountability, privacy, and fairness for workers and communities. And so here are the questions we're putting on the record for the Minister of Public Safety and the government to answer. Why has the government chosen to concentrate so much power in cabinet without requiring independent judicial and parliamentary review? Why is there no independent oversight body to ensure that orders are proportionate and justified? Why does the bill not guarantee privacy impact assessments or limit onward disclosure of Canadians' personal data to foreign governments? Why has the government not proposed compensation or transition supports for workers and small providers who will bear the financial burden? Why are penalties so extreme that individual employees could be personally liable for millions of dollars even when following management orders? Why is the same compliance framework being applied to banks, nuclear facilities, and small ISPs alike? Has the government conducted and published a risk assessment of how Bill C-8 could affect Canada's adequacy standing with the European Union? The Liberals say this bill will modernize our telecom laws and defend Canada, but democracy must not be sacrificed in the process. Strong cybersecurity should also mean strong democracy. It should protect Canadians from foreign threats without opening the door to unchecked government overreach. New Democrats will continue to push for changes for independent oversight, stronger privacy protection, fair treatment for workers and communities, proportional penalties, and sector-specific flexibility. We can protect Canadians from cyber threats without trampling on rights, without ignoring workers, and without undermining our economy. Bill C-8 is an opportunity to strike the right balance, but right now it doesn't seem well equipped to do that. Canadians want more answers, transparency, and oversight from overreach, as we have seen the tendency of this new Prime Minister to move headlong towards centralization without considering the consequences for public policy and its effects on everyday Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you, I would like to ask the member, she did talk a lot about the protective measures, but this is a bill that has been in this House before, Madam Speaker, and that I think she supported in the past as well. I'm just wondering if the amendments that have been brought to establish regulatory framework to strengthen the baseline of cybersecurity, if this is something that she would like to bring to committee to discuss and that we can support this bill to go forward.
Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Very much, Madam Speaker. Yes, this bill in its form under Bill C-28 has gone before Parliament. Some amendments that were adopted, but having said that, I think more work needs to be done. I raised a series of questions in my speech. I'd like answers from the government on that. I'd like to hear experts with respect to those concerns, and then we can move forward with amendments to address truly a bill that balances the need to enhance cybersecurity infrastructure for Canadians while protecting our rights.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener South Hesper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me congratulate and express my deep gratitude to the member opposite for that excellent speech. I, too, am terribly concerned by the civil liberties restrictions that this bill imposes. I note that when this bill was in the last Parliament, several civil society organizations, including the Canadian Civil Liberties Association, the Canadian Constitutional Centre, penned an open letter saying that this tramples our civil liberties. And I would like, so to the government House leaders, or Deputy House leader's point, I'd just like to point out that this bill has already been to committee. It has already been criticized by these civil liberties organizations. And I would ask the member who gave the speech, why did the Liberals not make the amendments that these civil society groups asked for?
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
I can't really answer for why the government is doing what they're doing. There are many things that they're doing that I don't agree with, such as, for example, what they're doing with Canada Post right now. So I can't answer for them. What I can do, though, is to raise these concerns again and to put them forward. I expect that we'll hear from expert witnesses at the committee. I expect that amendments will be put forward, and I hope that they'll be taken seriously. I hope that we can work collaboratively, because cybersecurity for Canadians is really important, but so too are our rights, so too our democracy. And I think we can balance it and strike the right balance. And I really urge this government to stop actually centralizing all the power and making decisions behind closed doors and giving the minister, in this instance, the Minister of Industry, this expansive power without transparency.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député des Îles de la...
Honourable Member for Les Îles de la Madeleine. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech, which raises a number of very relevant points, including about centralizing power within Cabinet and enacting legislation that creates a lot of gray areas. Obviously, in the Bloc, we want to grapple with the threat of cyber attacks, but we're also very protective of Quebec's jurisdiction. So if there's too much concentration of power in Cabinet, will my colleague work with us in the Bloc to ensure that Quebec and the province's jurisdictions are respected? The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think it is important to respect jurisdictional authority. And in this bill, I'm not sure that if the government actually struck the right balance. I'm not sure that the government have struck the right balance in ensuring that respect is in place, but more importantly, to respect the privacy rights and those measures that the government's put forward that meets the standard of transparency and accountability. There is a lot of stuff that's in this bill that actually comes without independent oversight, as an example. I don't think that's good for Canadians. I don't think that's good for anyone. And so in the process, we'll see what happens at committee. I would expect that there would be amendments put forward. The NDP does not have a seat at the committee table, but that said, we'll be watching to see how things progress, and we'll make a determination of how we can enhance Bill C-8 for all Canadians.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Richmond Centre, Marpole.
Madam Speaker, I will be sharing my time with member of Okanagan Lake West, South Kelowna. Before I begin, I want to thank the people of Richmond Centre, Marpole, for bestowing their trust in me and electing me as their Member of Parliament. I'm deeply honored by their confidence, and I'm committed to serving them faithfully, with their interests always my top priority. Every time I rise in this House, it's with their voices in mind. We are debating Bill C-8, the government's latest attempt at a cybersecurity framework. To understand Bill C-8, we must remember where it comes from. This is essentially the reintroduction of Bill C-26. which the government first brought forward in 2022. Conservatives supported the principle of Bill C-26, the idea that Canada needs stronger protections for critical cyber systems. But it also raised serious legitimate concerns about how the bill was drafted. We wanted that C-26 concentrated too much unchecked power in the hands of the ministers. We wanted that its secrecy provisions undermined transparency and accountability. We wanted that the cost of compliance would inevitably be passed down to ordinary Canadians through higher phone bills and banking fees. And we wanted that the legislation was focused on the wrong targets, that is, federally regulated banks, pipelines, and telecom companies, while leaving out the institutions Canadians actually see attacked most often: hospitals, municipalities, and schools. Those warnings were echoed not only by Conservatives, but also by industry leaders, civic liberty groups, and privacy experts. The Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security heard those criticisms over many months. And what happened? Bill C-26 stalled in committee. It never passed. It died on the order paper because it could not overcome its flaws. Now the government has come back with Bill C-8. And Madam Speaker, to be fair, there's been one improvement. The government removed the so-called secret evidence clause, the provision that would allow ministers to rely on confidential materials in court challenges without disclosure to affected parties. That was a step in the right direction. Conservatives acknowledge that change. But let us be clear, beyond that one tweak, almost everything else is the same. The sweeping ministerial powers are still there. The indefinite secrecy is still there. The lack of oversight is still there. The downloading of courses onto consumers is still there. And most importantly, the narrow scope of the bill, covering only federally regulated industries while excluding hospitals, municipalities, and schools, is still there. Madam Speaker, Canadians deserve better than a reheated version of a flawed bill. That's right. A single fix does not change the reality that this legislation fails its core purpose, which is protecting Canadians where they are most vulnerable. Let me bring this closer to home. Cyber attacks are not theoretical. They are not distant. They are happening right now, and they are hitting our communities hard. In British Columbia, the basic government itself was breached. State-sponsored actors infiltrated its email system and accessed sensitive personal information. Vancouver Coastal Health, which cares for more than 1 million people, was hit with ransomware that disrupted hospital operations and delayed patient services. The city of Richmond, my own city, faced cyber intrusions and compromised email systems, threatening the delivery of municipal services. Even the Richmond School Board fell victim to a cyber attack that exposed private and financial information of teachers, staff, and families. Madam Speaker, these are not hypotheticals. They are real attacks on real people. And not one of these institutions could be protected under Bill C-8. That is the first fatal flaw. Bill C-8 offers Canadians a false promise of security. The government says it's protecting vital systems, but the very systems Canadians interact with every day, their hospitals, their local governments, their children's schools, are left outside the law's reach. A cybersecurity bill that doesn't secure hospitals, cities, or schools is like locking the front door and leaving the back door wide open. The second flaw is secrecy. Just like Bill C-26, Bill C-8 grants sweeping powers to ministers and to cabinet. With the stroke of a pen, the government can order a company to block a service, rip out equipment, or suspend operations. And those orders can be kept secret indefinitely. Companies may even be gagged from telling Canadians that their government has interfered with their networks. Operational secrecy during an active attack may be justified, but secrecy without time limits or oversight is simply unacceptable. That's not transparency, that's not accountability, and it does not inspire public trust. Canadians deserve to know, after the fact, what actions were taken in their name. The first trial is cost. Bill C-8, like C-26 before it, makes it explicit. There will be no compensation for companies forced to comply with government orders. If a telecom company is told to strip out hundreds or millions of dollars of equipment, Ottawa will not pay a cent. Those costs will land on Canadians who will see higher phone bills, higher bank fees, and slower upgrades to essential services. National security should be funded fairly, not through hidden taxes on consumers. The fourth flaw is scope. The government may argue that by forcing telecom companies to strengthen their networks, hospitals and schools that rely on those networks are indirectly protected. But that argument does not hold up. The attacks we have seen in British Columbia did not come through telecom backbones. They came through local servers, outdated softwares, and ransomware emails. Protecting the pipes does not protect the people. The government may also claim that this bill helps stop foreign interference. But again, this is spin, not substance. Bill C deals with cyber intrusions into networks. It does nothing to address the broader reality of foreign interference. Disinformation campaigns, covert political financing, intimidation of diaspora communities, or manipulation of democratic institutions. Suggesting that Bill C-8 will stop foreign interference misleads Canadians and risks creating dangerous complacency. So what do Canadians really get with Bill C-8? They get a law that still misses the real victims of cyber attacks. They get a law that still hides decisions from public view. They get a law that still sticks consumers with the bill. And they get a law that still does almost nothing to address the broader threat of foreign interference. Madam Speaker, that's not cyber resilience. That's not leadership. That is smoke and mirrors. Conservatives believe in stronger cybersecurity, but we believe in getting it right. What Canada needs is legislation that actually works with provinces and municipalities to protect the services Canadians rely on most: hospitals, schools, and local governments. We need legislation that provides oversight and accountability, not blank checks for secrecy. We need legislation that shares the cost of national security fairly instead of forcing families to pay through hidden charities. And we need legislation that integrates...
The honourable member is out of time. Questions and comments? The honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, the member brought up the issue of foreign interference. And I just can't resist in terms of, we all know that when it comes to foreign interference, that the leader of the Conservative Party has yet to actually get his security clearance. And if the Conservative Party wanted any credibility whatsoever dealing with the issue of foreign interference, would he not agree, at the very least, their own political leader, the leader of the Conservative Party, should at least get a security clearance done?
That's right. Honourable member for Richmond Centre Marple.
Madam Speaker, we are debating on the legislation being brought by the government to try to improve cybersecurity. But what I see is that a law that is going to be as problematic as it was in the Bill C-26. Yes, make one little improvement, but most of the content of Bill C-26 remain the same. So how could the government say that this is going to protect Canadians more? And furthermore, this bill might address improving the pipe, but it doesn't guarantee or secures what goes through the pipe. So this is not real cyber resilience. It is smoke and mirrors.
Good job.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Beauharnois, Salaberry, Soulanges, Huntington. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I commend my colleague on his speech. We have the privilege of sitting together on the Public Safety Committee. I congratulate him on his speech once again. Together in committee, we will study the bill, and I think we can all agree in this place that C8 is an important bill, which we must adopt after committee work. I don't think anyone here in this House wants to slow this down, but we do want to ensure that privacy is protected. We do also need to protect ourselves against federal interference in provincial jurisdiction. Is the colleague interested in hearing more about this specific aspect of the bill that the Bloc Québécois cares deeply about amending?
Madam Speaker, definitely. As it has been debated or discussed in the last Committee on Public Safety and National Security, we listened and we got presentations from many witnesses telling us that the problems with C-26. And I think if this bill goes to committee again, we would like to hear more from experts, from concerned parties, and from stakeholders on the problems that we have in this current presentation, the bill as presented.
Hold on.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Montbruno.
The Honourable Member for Montbruno-L'Acadie. Madam Speaker, I heard the member's speech and I'm happy to hear his remarks. But here's what I would like. I would like him to explain why his party is hesitating to support a bill which will protect Canadian families, hospitals, and banks against cyber attacks. Thank you.
Richmond Centre Marple.
Madam Chair, we are not hesitant to support a bill that will really protect Canadians. But the problem is that this bill is very narrow in scope and also flawed in giving the ministers too much power. And there's no balance between rights and protection. So, Madam Chair, if this bill is being amended according to what we suggest, we would like to see this being discussed further. But in the form as it's right now, we cannot support this bill.
Member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the excellent speech. I note that in 2021, the Liberal Party said they were going to combat authoritarianism worldwide, and so I remark with horror, I suppose, the authoritarianism that I detect in this document that they are proposing to get through this House after the strenuous objections of the Canadian Civil Liberties Association. And I just wonder if he had any reflections on either the authoritarianism in this bill or the hypocrisy that such authoritarianism implies. Thank you.
A very brief answer from the Honourable Member for Richmond Centre Marple.
Madam Chair, once again, as I've already pointed out, this bill is not really protecting Canadians. It's only giving the government and the ministers more power to intrude into the privacy of average Canadians. And it's the secrecy clause in this proposed bill that's being problematic. So, once again, we've reflected on this many times through the Public Safety and National Security Committee. And I'm sure that we'll hear more presentations and discussions if this goes through the committee again.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Okanagan Lake West, South Kelowna.
Madam Speaker, it is an absolute honor to rise in this chamber to talk about a very serious matter, those that are addressed and not addressed in the bill before us, C8. Madam Speaker, let me hearken back to a time in previous parliaments where I actually got my first opportunity to work with the splendid member for Parkland. We were both on the industry committee, and during our time on that particular committee, Madam Speaker, Ottawa had a tornado incident. Now, this tornado scared a lot of people, caused a lot of damage to Ottawa, and many people were quite surprised that after about 8 or so hours, suddenly their cell phones, they weren't able to use them to get in touch with their loved ones. And it surprised me, Madam Speaker, because most people would assume that being in a urban center such as Ottawa, that there would be continuous service even after a strenuous event such as a tornado. Now, I can only imagine someone who is trying desperately to reach their families, their loved ones, to connect with work, to say why they couldn't be there, and to not have that ability to do that caused a lot of consternation in the community. So the member for Parkland actually put forward a motion for us to study into this further. And some of the things that we found out, Madam Speaker, in regards to this were not reassuring. For example, there is no regulation surrounding telecommunication companies and what they have to have in terms of backup. So essentially, a telecommunications company such as Rogers, TELUS, etc., they will often have backup generators, but there's no provision to say for how long. And so we saw a system strained by a tornado, but the damage and the fear compromised by not having sufficient gas in the tanks for them to continue service after that tornado incident. So that just gives you a small example, Madam Speaker, of the vulnerabilities that currently exist within our system and that hopefully C8 will try to address. Now, Madam Speaker, there's two components to this particular legislation. One, as I said, as I was just referencing, refers to Telecommunications Act. Another one creates new provisions surrounding cybersecurity. And I think, Madam Speaker, I think most Canadians understand the amount of dependence we now have on the ability to communicate with one another, the ability to access information quickly. And if those systems, Madam Speaker, that we so heavily depend on in our modern life were to become compromised, that the disturbances it can have, both in not just in the inconvenience, for example, you wouldn't be able to access Environment Canada's weather report, but that there could be other issues when it comes to banking. One only has to think about the incident in Toronto when suddenly Rogers flickered and no one was able to access their accounts. In fact, you had business owners that weren't able to take Interact transactions, and of course you had these small and medium-sized businesses that had no way to take payment because many of us rely almost exclusively on things like credit cards and debit cards. So, Madam Speaker, most people, when they stop and they think about how much technology, how dependent they are, and how interdependent we are on these systems, it can cause, they can quickly come to the conclusion that there should be something there. Now, I believe, and I know that every member in this space would probably believe, that the government has a responsibility to protect its own systems. That is something that has been done over time. Has it been perfect? No, there's been privacy breaches. There has been attacks by entities, the NSI COP reports that have talked about how we are frequently targeted by authoritarian regimes such as the Communist Chinese in Beijing, for example, is cited in the reports, as is Russia. Now, there are also non-state actors that will try to hack into our different systems. And so it makes sense to people when you say, well, the government should protect your information, your health records, your tax records, any personal information you have. People understand that, and they want their government to be secure, particularly when we start talking about things like national defense or our different security and intelligence systems, right? But we also, they don't always assume that those same protections that government encourages and codifies in its own practices are being done in the private sector. So C8 will create a set of provisions that are to do that. And conservatives, as people who believe strongly in the need to protect our national security, in the need to make sure that these critical systems that we depend on, that when Canadians need them most during times of emergency, or if we are attacked by our adversaries abroad, that those systems will function. And so I do believe that the government understands this issue and is trying to find the legislation necessary. Now, that's where we're going to stop by saying what I agree with, Madam Speaker, and start just kind of pointing at a few things we have. Now, it seems that the government has smartened up a little bit and has adopted certain amendments that were pushed by conservatives at the committee stage in the last Parliament. But I also would say so that is a good thing, right? A good idea should be seen as such, and it shouldn't matter which side it comes from. And that is a problem we have in this place. Too often, it's who proposes an idea that one decides the merit of it. And that's wrong. It should be the merit of the idea for the betterment of Canadians. But what I will say, Madam Speaker, is when a party, particularly the governing party, that is given tremendous powers, uses that authority for its own purposes, that becomes a problem. Now, I can already see some of my friends across the way already starting to kind of waver and say, where am I going with this? When the Prime Minister dropped the writ and effectively launched elections, Madam Speaker, in this past spring, there were consequences. And the fact that this bill did not make it through and become law is 100% on the Liberal government today. So I just want to make sure I state that for the record. Because when a Prime Minister puts his own government's interests ahead of the public interest, it should be called out and they should be held accountable. And so, Madam Speaker, I think that the Liberal Party needs to listen in a minority government to other viewpoints that say this should have happened and it should have passed and maybe you could have waited a little bit longer, but you didn't. They didn't, Madam Speaker. They decided that they wanted to pull their own electoral interests ahead of the societal interests, right? Now, Madam Speaker, it's important to know that that rests with the government, but we're here now, and we're offering similar critiques, happy that they were listened to in part in the last Parliament and have been incorporated in the bill, but there are still some oversights. So, for example, privacy. In a previous Parliament, when I was on the Industry Committee, the Statistics Canada had ordered Canada's banks to give them holus bolus, a large amount of information, everything from mortgage to debits to everything. And when we called the chief statistician to account for this new collection of information, massive amount of information, which, by the way, the big banks, to their credit, someone leaked it to the media. That's the only way we would have known about this, Madam Speaker. We brought the chief statistician forward, and I asked the chief statistician of the day, and he assured the committee that they were going to basically anonymize all of the information. And within 4 questions, Madam Speaker, that argument crumbled. It crumbled, and so did the collection exercise, because it became quite apparent that A, Statistics Canada did not inform the minister that they were doing this, something required to them under law. And number two, Madam Speaker, the arguments they gave, I was very lucky to have some privacy experts reach out to me and give me some direction about what to ask. And the chief statistician, his whole argument crumbled, and it basically said, Madam Speaker, that even though they would anonymize the data, it was very simple to reassemble and to realign and to have someone's complete information. And I will tell you, Madam Speaker, Canadians do care very much about their privacy rights. And in a world where we are more interconnected and utilize technology all the time, where your digital thumbprint, so to speak, Madam Speaker, is everywhere, people do care about where that information goes. And under this regime, Madam Speaker, the government has given itself almost a complete pass when it comes to the management of the privacy of Canadians. They are essentially doing the same thing Statistics Canada did, saying, well, we can take the information, we can order this information, and we get to use it however we want without any oversight. That's wrong. So Conservatives at committee, we are going to be talking about privacy rights even if the ministers and the members on that committee do not want to talk about it. Why? It's because we are there to make sure we have...
And I'm here to make sure we respect time, so I have to.
I was just getting started. You know what? You did so well to tell me I need to sit down. You have a wonderful Friday.
Thank you. Well, you still haven't, you're not done. There are questions and comments. So, the Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm sure the member opposite remembers the efforts of Bill C-26 before the election happened, which him and his colleagues spent 2 years calling for. And he's saying that we don't want to have the conversation. And I want to disagree with the member because we put forward a bill. We put it forward in the last Parliament. We're putting it forward again. We want to bring it to committee. We want them to bring, suggestions and amendments. We understand the importance of cybersecurity for Canadians, especially in 2025. Why won't the member agree to send this to committee instead of just arguing for the sake of arguing?
Honourable Member for Okanagan Lake West, South Kelowna.
You know what, Madam Speaker? The Liberals tabled C-26 for 2 years before doing anything with it. And now, this is the very first day that we actually have the ability to discuss C-8. And this government doesn't like to hear that they're being held accountable. Madam Speaker, I know that we can improve the legislation. I and my constituents have views on it. I would hope the Deputy House Leader would actually listen and encourage, in a minority government, debate about a very profound piece of legislation that can impact people's lives. This will be probably a once-in-a-generation discussion. So I would hope she would not simply try and push away that there are concerns with the bill.
The Honourable Member for Beauharnois, Salaberry, Soulange, Huntingdon. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciated my colleague's speech. He just has a beautiful voice. It would be good for radio. I love hearing from him. Just a quick answer I could give that could be given to our Liberal colleague. The government tabled C-8 back in June. Now look what time of the year it is. It's an important bill, but you get the sense that the Liberals are having trouble managing their legislative agenda. You'd think that C-8 would be expedited. Back when it was Bill C-26, there were concerns. And yeah, we voted for the bill because we made a compromise. But now we have another opportunity to actually improve the bill. So, does my colleague think that more improvements could be done to Bill C-8? I would like to thank my colleague from the Bloc Québécois, Madam Speaker. My mother always told me that I had a face for radio. So it's very nice what she had to say. Madam Speaker, it is important to talk about the best way to improve on the government's approach.
Government doesn't want to hear it. Je veux remercier
I would like to thank my colleague and I hope that this legislation will improve. The honourable member for
Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson, Nicola, and it's an honor to contribute in questions and comments to my honourable colleague from the Okanagan, and I really appreciate what he had to say, and he built on what my colleague from the bloc had to say. My view is, and I've been fairly clear, and I'll speak as the chief critic for the Conservative Party, this will go to committee. Now, when it goes to committee, we as Conservatives will engage in vigorous scrutiny in order to ensure that we have the best bill possible. Just because this passed in the form of C-26 does not mean that we rubber stamp it through in the 45th Parliament. We need to always be committed to making every bill the best it can be. Does my colleague agree?
A brief answer from the honourable member for Okanagan Lake West, South Kelowna.
Well, Madam Speaker, let's just bear in mind there was an election. There's a lot of new faces here. Many of them are not just new, but actually represent different parties than the previous and their constituents, and they also deserve the benefit to be able to consult their constituents and bring forward those ideas. It seems to me, Madam Speaker, that today those that are here from the Liberal Party that are speaking up seem to be very frustrated that new members of Parliament may have questions for them, questions that maybe they don't think is important, but this Parliament, I believe, will find important. I hope we can improve this legislation together.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with the member from London West. Madam Speaker, you know, it's been interesting listening to the last speaker, and I'd like to take some of the comments that he has put on the record along with my friend from Kamloops. You know, they need to have a reality check here. First and foremost, let's have a flashback to December of last year, when you had the Conservatives, the Bloc, the New Democrats, all opposition parties saying, we're going to defeat the government. First opportunity we get, we're going to defeat the government. And then now you get the member standing up in his place saying, well, we should have had the election as soon as we had it, type of thing, you know. The government should have been maybe prolonged a little bit longer, type of thing. You know, it's amazing in terms of how it is the member could actually say that with a straight face. Totally amazing. Then we have the member from Kamloops, Thompson and Nicola. He is the Conservative critic on this bill. Last week, he introduced a bill to the House. It was a private member's bill, C-225. And I quote what the member actually said. This bill is a monumental change. I ask that the House streamline the passing of this bill as quickly as possible. Wow. Let us pass this bill right away. Yes. I wonder what would happen if we were to apply the hypocrisy from members opposite when they talk about us suggesting, not that we pass the bill entirely, but allow a bill to go to committee. The private member's bill that the member was referring to, and I agree, read the bill. There's a lot of substantive changes there. How much time is going to be heard in second reading, Madam Speaker? 2 hours. That's it. Then it goes to committee. And then there's a time frame for it in committee. Then it'll come back for another 2 hours of debate, and then ultimately head off, Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker, to the Senate. Contrast that to the ongoing obstructionist attitude that the Conservative Party has on legislation, period. Let's talk about C-26.
I have a point of order from the honourable member for Okanagan.
We know this is a new member to this place, doesn't know the difference between private members' business and public bills. Maybe you could educate him, Madam Speaker. And while that, could you ask him to turn the volume?
I think the honourable member knows there's a lot of lenience in how we let members get to the point. I'm pretty sure that the honourable Parliamentary Secretary on the same point of order.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, periodically when I stand up to speak, you get these frivolous points of orders that are raised. I just want to make sure that the time is actually stopped. And quite frankly, I think I should get a bonus minute every time they stand.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has 7 minutes and 47 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So you have the Conservative Party taking this attitude as if it's okay for them to change legislation significantly and forget about members being able to speak to it. Heaven forbid that. But when it comes to government legislation, well, they have their politically motivated methods of filibustering. And let's talk C26 and C8. What is C8? C8 is a reflection of C26 with a couple of minor changes to it, relatively speaking, Madam Speaker. C26 had second reading debate. C26 went to committee, had extensive debate in committee, then came back for extensive debate here, and then it went to the Senate. Now, every stage, it was passed unanimously. Everyone supported the legislation, Madam Speaker. Yet you have the Conservatives who look at this and say, well, you know, we have new members. Well, the Government Caucus has more new members than the Conservatives have, Mr. Speaker, and we have a new Prime Minister. And at the end of the day, the Prime Minister has looked in terms of a holistic approach in terms of how and what it is that we need to do inside the House of Commons. And has said that this is important legislation because it has an impact, a very real, tangible impact on our businesses and on Canadians. And we're looking for what Canadians mandated, not only the Liberal Party, but Conservatives, Bloc, and New Democrats, and the leader of the Green Party. And that was to see a higher sense of cooperation on the floor of the House of Commons. Even Conservative voters want to see more cooperation. We all know that this is good, sound legislation, at the very least, that can go to the committee stage, Madam Speaker. And if you sense a little bit of frustration on my part, it's based on other legislation that the government has before us, Madam Speaker. And often what it takes is you have to shame opposition members, in particular the Conservative Party, to actually recognize that the legislation is in the best interests of Canadians, and there's nothing wrong with allowing good legislation, at the very least, go to a standing committee where experts, Canadians, members opposite can debate it, Madam Speaker. Especially when you get a minister that stands up and says, hey, look, if you have amendments to it, bring them forward. Bring them forward. But no, we don't see that happening, Madam Speaker. They have a double standard, a very clear double standard. So you take a look in terms of the legislation itself. Malicious cyber attacks is a reality. It's taking place today in many different sectors, and it is something that's not unique to Canada. It is a threat to the world economy, I would ultimately argue, Madam Speaker. And C8 is a positive step in addressing that issue. It ensures that there's going to see the more sharing of information between governments, industry, and stakeholders. It's going to establish more accountability. And one would like to think that every member of the House would be in support of something of that nature, Madam Speaker. Think in terms of those cyber threats, those critical industries in which the federal government is actually responsible for. We're talking finance, we're talking communications, energy, transportation. All of those are critical infrastructures. And we need to have the legislation. When we have a Prime Minister that says we want to build a strong, healthy economy, the best and strongest economy in the G7, in order to protect the interests of that economy, we need to have this type of legislation pass, Madam Speaker. Great. You know, a cyber threat, think in terms of finance. The finance industry is so critically important to Canada. When you take a look at the internet, when I was first elected as a parliamentarian a few decades ago, Madam Speaker, at the end of the day, you didn't have things like banking online. You know, you went to the bank, you went through the long lineups, and there was more banks in and about our communities and so forth. But I can tell you that changes that have occurred in our financial industry has been overwhelming in many different ways, and legislation needs to be brought forward to protect the interests of Canadians, Madam Speaker. Whether it's identity theft or if it's cyber attacks that could literally shut down or cause issues, serious financial issues at a banking or credit union institution. What's wrong with legislation that reinforces the need to ensure that there's a higher sense of accountability, to ensure that there's more sharing of information, so if a cyber attack occurs at X, we can learn from that and make sure that the industry as a whole is better informed in order to be able to deal with an attack of that nature, Madam Speaker. Very real. Think in terms of how much our business communities, payments nowadays, you get more payments on debit cards and credit cards than you get in terms of cash transactions. Go to a mall, go to a store, anywhere where you go where you see financial transactions, let alone the internet itself. We need to protect and ensure that information, privacy information, is kept private, and where there is bad actors, that the government is in a position to be able to take action. And that just deals in terms of one component I make reference to, the finances, as an example. Remember telecommunications and cell phones and things of this nature. What makes up the cell phone matters. Subcontractors matters. This type of things is in Canadians' best interests. To have a national government that, whether it's the energy, transportation, finance, or telecommunications, I think is a very strong, positive, warranted piece of legislation. And that is the reason why, when I started off my comments, it was all about the process. And we have had lots of discussions and debates. I'm not saying it has to pass today, but let's take a look at legislation that's before the House of Commons and be reasonable so that we know that we'll be able to pass legislation. And we know, Madam Speaker, I've ran out of time, so...
Yes, the honourable member for Parkland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I find it ironic that the member talked about Conservatives being obstructionist, because it's precisely because this government begged us in the last Parliament to fast-track their foreign interference legislation that we're here today. Because that legislation was fast-tracked, it actually nullified provisions in C-26, which caused the unnecessary delays to the bill, and that's the reason why we're here debating it today. It's such a debacle that it leads me to ask the question, did this government purposely kill Bill C-26, or are they just incompetent?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the answer is no. The government did not intentionally kill Bill C-26. And if the member was aware, it was an issue within the Senate, and it had to come back to the House because of a Senate-related issue. Now, unfortunately, if there wouldn't have been as much of the filibustering that we witnessed last November and December, and all the member needs to do is take a look at 80% of the debate where you saw conservative after conservative after conservative after conservative, so on, stand up on a frivolous privilege type of issue, Madam Speaker, to try to justify that every member, not once but twice, would be able to debate something in order to, as opposed to trying to actually see legislation pass that's in the best interest of Canadians. And that's the reason why, Madam Speaker, they got to put
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to commend the Parliamentary Secretary for his work. He always has something to say on basically any bill that comes up for debate. He seems to have mastered every single file. Since he's mastered this file so well, I wonder if he could tell us whether his government has communicated with the Quebec government to make sure that there's no meddling in Quebec affairs.
Well, Madam Speaker, I can assure the member that the Minister, even in his opening comments, made reference to extensive consultations that have been done, and I would like to think that as a Member of Parliament, I also have the opportunity to consult with, for example, Manitoba Hydro. I know hydro is a very important issue related to this particular legislation. Hopefully the member has consulted with Quebec Hydro if that's the concern that he has, and hopefully he'll be able to express those concerns to the Minister directly, but I can assure you that the Minister has conducted a great deal of consultations with different stakeholders, including provincial governments.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The private sector in general is ready to protect itself, especially on the cybersecurity. Otherwise, they cannot really do business in this world. The government, on the other side, is not ready, and it's been dragging its feet since last Parliament by killing Bill C-26. Will the honourable member be honest to tell Canadians why did they kill Bill C-26?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Bill C-26 was killed because of the Conservative irresponsibility last fall, Madam Speaker. Right. That's the reason why Canadians do not have it. Now, if the Conservative Party, under a new mandate, and let me extend a hand of cooperation. At the end of the day, we can all reflect in terms of what came out of the last election. The Government of Canada cannot pass legislation unless it gets opposition cooperation. The opposition knows that. If you put up a member on every piece of legislation, you put up every member of the Conservative caucus, we will not be able to pass legislation. That's why you have to listen to Conservative voters also. Yep. Everyone wants more cooperation. It's time that we're less political and more at work putting Canadian interests ahead of partisan interests. That's what Canadians want of all political stripes.
The Honourable Member for York Durham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to reflect on something the member said in the last Parliament, that we engaged in some sort of frivolous activities. And I hope he will reflect on that, because I don't think any honourable member would suggest that it is frivolous for this House to defend its historic privileges, to demand any information it requires to make its decision. So I hope he'll reflect on that. Now, he spoke a lot about, in his comments, the problems that Canadians face with respect to cybersecurity, and I would agree with him on many of them, but he did not speak very much about the substance of the bill. So let me bring everyone back to the substance of the bill, and specifically the Section 15.1 and 15.2 orders, which provide the Minister or the Governor and Council sweeping powers to address what it calls manipulation, disruption, anything. Now, I would hope the honourable member could help to assure me that those powers will not be used to crush dissent that it views as manipulation in the system.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, a brief answer.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I can assure him that that will not be the case. But in terms of what has taken place last November and December, I'd highly recommend that the member read some of the Hansards. And you will find that the Conservative Party in particular was a destructive force on the floor of the House of Commons, going all out at preventing...
Resuming debate. The Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. I rise to...
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
C8, an act respecting cybersecurity, amending Telecommunications Act, and making consequential amendments to other acts. Madam Speaker, this legislation is necessary. It's a measured step to protect systems that Canadians rely on every single day. This bill will help critical infrastructure operators better prepare, better prevent, and respond to cyber incidents. This bill does what responsible governments must do. It sets clear, enforceable standards for operators in the most critical sectors. It enables rapid, targeted interventions when threats emerge, Madam Speaker, and it ensures that Canada is aligned with international partners who are facing precisely the same challenges. So this bill, in this era, Madam Speaker, it is very important that we pass this piece of legislation. And let me talk about what this bill would do. I'll talk about two big things. First, it will modernize the Telecommunications Act so that our security agencies and responsible ministers can issue targeted, time-limited directions to defend our networks against serious and evolving threats. And secondly, it enacts the Critical Cyber System Protection Act, that the CCSPA, which sets baseline legally binding cybersecurity duties for designated operators in federally regulated critical sectors. This means, Madam Speaker, that the cyber risk management programs are timely incident reporting and accountability up and down the supply chain. These aren't nice-to-haves anymore, Madam Speaker. They're basic hygienes that you need to run a critical service in 2025. Colleagues will recall earlier efforts under Bill C-26 with C-8. Our government is bringing back a refined, a clear, in places improved framework because the threat landscape didn't pause when Parliament did. Several independent analyses confirm that Bill C-8 substantially revives the C-26 approach while correcting drafting issues and clarifying processes where needed, and that it is also prudent governance, Madam Speaker. So why does this matter? For Canada, cyber risk is now an economic risk. It's a job risk, it's a public safety risk, and a successful attack can freeze payrolls, it can disable hospitals, it can shut down pipelines, or even take down our 911 lines. In London West or across London, our manufacturers' research labs, including at the university where students, University of Western or students at Fanshawe, local clinics and small businesses are on our main streets all depend on our secure networks. The Southwestern Ontario supply chain, including the supply chain across Canada, this includes major investments in EVs, batteries, and advanced manufacturing, cannot function with brittle digital infrastructure. So when a single compromised supplier can ripple through an entire regional economy, cyber resilience becomes a competitive strategy. So essentially what Bill C-8 actually requires under the CCSPA, designated operators such as those in banking, financial services, telecommunications, energy, and transportation, they must, number one, establish and maintain a cyber program proportional to their risk. They have to report cyber incidents quickly and consistently. They have to manage third-party supply chain vulnerabilities and also comply with enforceable direction to extraordinary circumstances. There are administrative monetary penalties for non-compliance because rules without consequences, Madam Speaker, are just suggestions, and we cannot afford to bring forward just suggestions. On the telecom side, Bill C-8 modernizes the toolkit so that government can act surgically when credible threats emerge in our networks. These powers are not blanket. They're tied to concrete risk, and they're also subject to review. In today's environment, speed matters. A 72-hour delay can be the difference between a contained incident and national outage. Some civil society groups and legal scholars have also raised important concerns about privacy, transparency, and due process, especially around how directions are issued and reviewed and how information flows between government and private operators. I want to take the opportunity to acknowledge those concerns that are clearly on the floor in this House. Some of our colleagues have mentioned them in this debate. The goal of C-8 is to protect Canadians, not to weaken their rights. And as this bill advances to committee, I look forward to seeing the kinds of conversations that colleagues from across the aisle will have and the suggestions that they'll be making forward. And I think that as we've done before, Madam Speaker, on Bill C-26, we will be able to achieve consensus on what this bill is going to look like, which essentially the goal is to protect Canadians. I also had some thoughts on some of the things that we could look at. Number one, we could look at tightened transparency around reporting, including public statistics on the use of cybersecurity directions, wherever national security considerations allows. We can look at strengthened due process, making judicial review avenues practical and timely, and clarify data handling and retention so that information shared for cybersecurity is not used for unrelated purposes and is protected with robust safeguards. Again, I don't personally sit on this committee, but I do know that we have colleagues on this committee from across the aisles. They're going to have robust conversations on how to strengthen this. And as we did before in the past, we voted for Bill C-26. It is now back in the House, refined and reframed for all of our colleagues to discuss, to propose measures that they want to see within the spirit of wanting to protect our cybersecurity for all Canadians. I think that these are reasonable and constructive asks that will make for good dialogue and strengthen the bill. And I'm sure that there'll be more suggestions that I look forward to reading from my colleagues and supporting and passing this in a very timely manner, Madam Speaker, because if we're having a conversation about a cybersecurity bill in 2025, we need to pass it. And I think that we understand that this bill is not coming forward as a nice to have conversation. It's really critical and important. Not every critical service is a national giant. Many are medium-sized providers or municipal utilities that keep water flowing and transit moving. For these operators, the question is often capacity. So having the people, the tools, and the processes that meet modern standards is really important. I support complementary measures alongside C8, practical guidance, shared services, threat intel programs that actually reach the front lines, and funding that helps smaller providers implement the basics. Asset inventories, multi-factor authentication, network segmentation, backup discipline, tabletop exercises, standards without support, risk becoming paper compliance. And what we're trying to do with our approach should be to enable real resilience for Canadians. We also need to be honest, Madam Speaker, about where the real attack surface is today. Suppliers, managed service providers, and software dependencies. C8 supply chain provisions are a step forward, but we must continue to keep pushing for secure by design practices. So the objectives is learning and early warning, not to put any blame shift. I hope that colleagues at committees will have the time to ensure timelines. We'll also have the time to consult, to look at thresholds and format that are clear, and that we streamline the application with sectoral regulators where possible. Critical services in Indigenous and rural communities face unique constraints. I don't think I'll be able to finish my speech, Madam Speaker, but I just want to say that this is really important for all Canadians, and I'm happy to speak and support this bill. And I look forward for all of our colleagues who have been speaking on this bill today to actually help us bring it to committee so that we can bring amendments that are necessary and that we can pass this bill as quickly as possible, as they voted for it in the last Parliament under C26. It's back now, and it is really important that we pass it as quickly as possible. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kitchener South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my colleague opposite for the speech. I'd like to inform her in the House I wasn't in the last Parliament. I'd have had a lot to say about this if I had been. The members on that side, the Deputy Government House leaders, they say they want this bill to go to committee so that it can be made better. This bill already went to committee. Multiple experts from the Canadian Civil Liberties Association, the Canadian Constitution Foundation, the Ligue des Droits et Libertés, Open Media, Privacy and Access Council of Canada, they were there, they gave their comments, they wrote an open letter. They said that this legislation lacks guardrails to constrain abuse. The secrecy undermines accountability and due process, and it lacks justification. It doesn't do what it says it's going to do. So if they want it to get made better in committee, but it's already been there, and they had all summer to improve it, why didn't they affect those amendments that those experts from civil society organizations asked for? Thank you.
The Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I do appreciate that the member opposite was not in this Parliament in the last session, and he does not remember that after a long filibuster and grandstanding from the Conservatives, they ended up voting for it, and they sent it to the Senate. And for very small amendments that the Senate has sent it back to the House, we're able to reintroduce this bill under C8. The member opposite did not have the opportunity to be here, so he doesn't know that there's a lot of hypocrisy when his colleagues grandstand and say that they're not going to support it, and then they vote for it. So maybe he wants to have some conversations with his colleagues about that.
L'honorable député de Gaspésie.
The honourable member for Gaspésie, Île-de-la-Madeleine. Thank you, Madam Speaker. When we were talking about our concerns about respect for provincial jurisdiction and also concern about civil liberties, in the block we were discussing this, and there's also the Privacy Commissioner that talked about a risk of confidential personal information winding up in the hands of government under the application of C8. So my question for my colleague is, how much are they going to take those concerns into account? Because the information that's obtained with a legitimate purpose should not be used by other government departments. The honourable member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think my colleague asked the same question, and it's the same answer as he got before. We've already consulted the provinces, and we will continue to do so And if my colleague wants to propose some amendments, I think it's important to send this bill to committee as quickly as possible so it can be discussed. Questions and comments?
Full member for Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Look, NSICOP did a study of this before my time on it, and specifically they had a number of findings. One of them was that there's an inconsistency by Treasury Board, Shared Services Canada with respect to cyber defense across all government and federal departments and agencies, including Crown corporations. Can the Deputy House Leader just confirm that within C8, or that the government writ large is going to provide the necessary resources to all these Crown corporations and smaller departments and agencies to A, uphold these policies, and will C8 direct every single one of these departments to actually make sure the processes and tools are in place to protect our government networks right across the country?
The Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think I did talk about that in my speech, that we want to be able to provide operators the tools that they need to be able to enforce, to be able to secure the networks for Canadians. And I just talked about the importance of making sure that we do, especially in 2025, making sure that we do this in a timely manner. Perhaps the member can talk to his colleagues about why they want to grandstand this debate when we're just asking that it goes to committee so that we can talk about it more and they can add amendments as necessary and then we can move along. Can the member opposite actually tell us how if this is really important for Canadians? I'm sure he heard this at the doors, and I'm sure that this is really important to him as well. Why can't we send this to committee to be?
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I wasn't here earlier when C-26 was discussed, but I'm here now. And this is a obviously very important issue for our country, for our economy. So my question for my colleague is about the urgency of moving forward with the study of this bill in committee. A very quick answer, please, from the honourable member, the assistant to the government House Leader. I would like to invite my colleague to participate in the conversation. It's important, especially now in 2025. As I said, there are a lot of small businesses in his community, in my community. It's important for our entire system. So it's important for us to send this to committee and get on with it.
Strickland, who will be able to finish his remarks when we will next come back to this bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise and speak on C8 today. For those watching at home, C8 was in the previous Parliament under Bill C-26. I was pleased to sit on the Public Safety and National Security Committee that went over that bill, and I just want to provide a quick overview because it's been part of the debate that we've been having in the House today of why we're discussing this legislation again today when it was discussed and advanced pretty much to the finish line in the last Parliament. Bill C-26 went through committee. There was numerous amendments made from all parties. It came out, it went to the Senate. There was the government asking the House of Commons to fast-track a different bill on foreign interference. And in the government's own incompetence, they didn't seem to realize that their foreign interference bill contained provisions that nullified the entire second part of Bill C-26. And the Senate actually identified this problem, but it caused such a delay to the bill that when this Liberal government decided to prorogue Parliament, despite the fact that they had not tested the confidence of this House, it actually resulted in the legislation being killed. So this government has been saying the dog ate my homework, but the fact is that this government was the one that killed this legislation in the last Parliament. And that's the reason we're back here today, because cybersecurity is an issue of critical importance. Cybersecurity impacts all aspects of our life. More and more of our daily lives are being spent online and are becoming dependent on services and infrastructure that is vulnerable to cybersecurity threats. And the threats posed by malicious actors are touching every aspect of society. It's touching industry, it's touching hospitals, it's touching pipelines, and it's touching individual households. As we know, the government's implementation of soft on crime bail policies, criminals will always follow the path of least resistance. And it's no different in the cybersecurity environment. When you have a country that has poor cybersecurity legislation, you actually make your country a target for these malicious actors, and you're encouraging that behavior. Now, the Liberal government introduced Bill C-26 originally in June of 2022. That's over 3 years ago, Madam Speaker. And we only started to study this bill 2 years after it was introduced. We heard repeatedly from these Liberals that cybersecurity has been a high priority, that it's critically important legislation. But here we are 3 years later in an entirely new Parliament going over the same legislation again. These delays could have been prevented, but this government failed. And that's unfortunate because, as we've heard repeatedly, Canada's cybersecurity has been neglected and remains a vulnerable and soft target. This bill proposed to give sweeping powers to the government, and Conservatives believe that we can't give this government a blank check because we need to study this legislation to ensure that we are creating effective mechanisms for combating cybercrime without creating unnecessary red tape, bureaucracy, and causing charter rights implications. Now, this bill has two key objectives. First, it seeks to amend the Telecommunications Act to give the government the power to secure the telecommunication systems, basically giving it the power to tell the telecoms companies and others to do things or not do things, such as removing equipment provided by a hostile foreign power that's being used in our telecommunication systems. A second part of it is to create the Critical Cyber Systems Protection Act, which would theoretically allow the government to impose cybersecurity requirements on federally regulated industries. And these industries can include the energy sector, pipelines, nuclear plants, the financial sector, banks, the health sector, and other areas. Now, I believe that there are some positive steps in this bill towards enhancing public safety. And I think it's important that we point out as Conservatives that there are some serious weaknesses that remain in Canada's cybersecurity posture. In fact, we are the last G7 country without a robust regulatory framework for cybersecurity. Now, last summer, the Auditor General released a damning report on the government's capacity to combat cybercrime. I'm going to quote her conclusions here because they were scathing. Quote, RCMP, CSE, and CRTC did not have the capacity and tools to effectively enforce laws intended to protect Canadians from cyber attacks and address the growing volume and sophistication of cybercrime. We found breakdowns in response, coordination, enforcement, tracking, and analysis between and across the organizations responsible for protecting Canadians from cybercrime, end quote. Now, I think this raises an important point because we can have all the laws we want that say all the right things, and we do have some laws on cybersecurity, but it's clear from the Auditor General's report that this government has not invested in the capacity, the resources, and the tools to implement the current cybersecurity laws that we have. And so we need to be assured that by bringing this legislation forward, that not only is this government going to be, this government's planning to grant itself these powers, but that they're actually going to give law enforcement the capabilities to do something with these powers. And that's something that they haven't really done. Now, the trend continues to worsen. The Canadian Anti-Fraud Centre projects that losses from cybercrime will surpass over $1 billion annually by 2028 annually. There's actually insurance products that are being created to protect people from cybercrime. Madam Speaker, that's not just money that's being lost to fraud. That's broken lives and ongoing mental health challenges that are devastating our citizens. We know that coordinated and strategic attacks on our national infrastructure by criminals or foreign adversaries would and has wreaked havoc on our society. A cyber attack on our power grid in the middle of winter would be devastating, on hospitals with vulnerable patients, which is devastating, or on pipeline infrastructure. Canada has already faced concentrated cyber attacks against its telecommunications companies since at least 2021, with the Communications Security Establishment saying that they're aware of malicious cyber activities from People's Republic of China state-sponsored actors. Now, Canada and our allies have already been the target of cyber attacks carried out by hostile, state-sponsored or aligned groups. In fact, the RCMP itself, FinTrack, and Global Affairs, just to mention a few, have all been previously breached by cyber attackers. The seriousness posed by these attacks on our nation's most sensitive information cannot be understated. So we need to know that the government's taking action to secure its own systems, not just telling the private sector that they have to secure their systems. Now, we know that the private sector is taking proactive measures to invest in cyber defense, with hundreds of thousands of cyber attacks, and that's not hyperbole, hundreds of thousands of cyber attacks targeting Canada just in the first 6 months of 2025. They have been forced to step up, and the government has not. Now, I hear from constituents on a regular basis that they're concerned that the government's own cybersecurity measures aren't up to snuff, particularly in regards to the Canada Revenue Agency. As malicious criminals become more sophisticated, Canadians need to know that their data is being stored in a safe and secure way. Therefore, it's common sense that the Liberal government should hold themselves to the same standards that they're holding the private sector to in this legislation. Now, Madam Speaker, Bill 26 was introduced way back in June of 2022, as I said, and this was in the wake of the government's decision to finally, after tremendous political pressure, to ban ZTE and Huawei from the Canadian 5G networks. This was long after decisive action had already been taken by all of our Five Eyes partners. Now, I am pleased to say that I think Bill C-26 left committee in better condition than when it went in. But we've heard from many witnesses who are concerned about the over-centralization of powers that this is giving to cabinet ministers, and that the bill in its current form gives the government excess executive authority without the full proper oversight and guardrails. In Bill C-8, the government has continued to take a trust us approach to legislating Canada's cybersecurity, which is alarming to many Canadians who are concerned that this government may overreach. Now, Conservatives believe that trust needs to be earned. Trust but verify, as a great Conservative politician once said. Considering the Liberal government's habit of limiting free speech in bills like C-11 and C-18 in the last Parliament, and the illegal use of the Emergencies Act, I believe that many of these concerns are valid and should be addressed. Conservatives need to be able to study this bill so that we can provide amendments and listen to further witness testimony to ensure that accountability and oversight mechanisms are effective and that they're improved. Another area of concern that was flagged by witnesses was the absence of a special national security cleared lawyer to act on an applicant's behalf during a judicial review. This is actually a standard practice in other areas of national security when sensitive information is brought forward. Therefore, we find this omission questionable. So basically, to explain that, part of the provision of this bill is to allow the government to conduct court hearings in secret. And now when we're dealing with top secret or sensitive information, we can see that there's a justification for that. But we need to ensure that anyone who's caught up in that is getting the appropriate legal representation. So that's a critically important factor. Conservatives want to ensure transparency and accountability. We need strong oversight measures, clear retention limits, and restrictions on how data can be collected, used, and shared, especially with our foreign intelligence partners. We need to define the meaning of personal information. It clearly fails to define what personal information is, which leaves Canadians' privacy vulnerable. We need to ensure that the government is not allowed to keep these orders secret indefinitely without just cause. And we need to ensure that there's no overreach of these powers that they're giving themselves. Conservatives want to ensure that there's appropriate consultations, that we have the involvement of the Privacy Commissioner, the Intelligence Commissioner, and other stakeholders in civil society in improving this legislation. We need independent oversight to ensure that there's strong judicial oversight to access personal information. We need strong privacy safeguards to ensure that incident reports involving personal information are shared with the Privacy Commissioner. We need limitations so that this data is only used in cases of cybersecurity, and we need transparency requirements to mandate the disclosure of these secret orders after a reasonable period and consequences for failing to table those reports. Now, in summary, Madam Speaker, given the growing geopolitical tensions around the world, we can't afford to be naive on matters of cybersecurity. We have sensitive research being conducted at our universities. We need to assert our sovereignty in the Arctic, and Canada is a target for hostile powers wanting to undermine our country's national interests and go after our citizens. We know that hostile states like North Korea, China, Russia, and Iran have demonstrated the ability to hack into our critical infrastructure, and they will and continue to take hostile action unless we take decisive steps to improve our cyber defenses. And while this bill is a step in securing our telecommunication systems and other federally regulated industry, it's not all-encompassing, and there are some gaps. And as Canadian society moves increasingly into a digital space, the government needs to remain vigilant and take proactive steps to ensure that we're keeping up, because this landscape is always changing. In conclusion, our team is looking forward to seeing this bill come back to committee, where we can propose meaningful amendments, listen to key witnesses and the concerns of Canadians so that they're addressed. And while this legislation is important, we need to ensure that we're not giving this government a blank check. We need to ensure that this government's held accountable so that the powers that they're giving themselves are only used in a justified and proportionate manner. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member will have 7 minutes and 30 seconds to finish his remarks when the bill next comes, and 10 minutes of questions and comments, should he choose to use them. It being 2:30, 2:20, 2:30. This House stands adjourned until Wednesday, October 1st, 2025 at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 28.1, Standing Orders 28.1 and 24.1.